Conclave 2023, Envisioning Sustainable National Capital Region 2030. I invite Director, Amity School of Architecture and Planning, Professor Amit Hajela, to kindly address the gathering and start the session.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, I extend a very warm welcome to the experts who are consented to be here today morning. And we are very privileged to have some very distinguished and accomplished people who have been part of this conclave. We have had a very engaging day yesterday, and I'm sure it is going to be equally engaging and informative for all of us today morning. I'm so grateful that we have these people with us who have phenomenal experience in the field. They have actually dealt with projects and the mission programs so wonderfully that probably in years we are going to see the outcomes of these efforts. So without wasting much time, I would like to hand it over, and it is good to hear directly from the people who were involved right from the beginning of the project and the way they have been able to conceptualize it and implement it in the field. So with this, I would request all of you to take benefit of this, and we are going to create a lot of other opportunities for you as part of this conclave, as an outcome of this conclave, by virtue of the support that we will get from some of the organizations who have partnered with us and the experts who have come to us to take this agenda forward of nation building, which our founder is very, very, particular about. And we would like to ensure that the vision of Amity University and our founder president, sir, is being taken forward. With these words, I hope you have a very engaging day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The theme for the first technical session for the day is Technology in Urban Development, which focuses on technology as an enabler to provide solutions to issues related to energy, transportation, housing, health, and so on. The session will be chaired by Shri Vikas Chandra sir, and I would take this moment to introduce sir briefly to our audience. Shri Vikas Chandra is a senior urban infrastructure expert with more than 20 years of professional experience and a strategist on smart cities in India. He did his MBA from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade and his master's in architecture from CEPT University, Ahmedabad. Sir is a team leader of Smart Cities Mission Management Unit at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, for the last 6.5 years. He strongly supports use in urban planning, program planning, and management in Indian cities. His experience includes developing PPP's projects in aviation, tourism, and urban infrastructure. Before joining as an advisor to Deloitte, he was the project coordinator for a World Bank funded program for Government of Uttar Pradesh. He worked with ILFS infrastructure for over a decade as assistant vice president, leading government advisory and transaction projects in aviation, urban and tourism infrastructure across India. We welcome you, sir, and I would hand it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, let's get started. Good morning. And a difficult topic to start with, use of technology in urban development. Now, it sounds like a difficult topic, but trust me, it is very interesting. And there are two words here, and they both require two different types of expertise. Normally, when we use the word technology, it is assumed that maybe computer engineers or specialists there, they would be the one who are the leaders there. But then there is urban development, which means the architects, the urban planners will have a role there. And since the use of technology in urban development is there, it is the urban development which is more important. And it is you, the architects, the urban planners, who will be the key players. The technology providers, in my understanding, will be actually the support people who will be helping your ideas to be actually implemented on ground. Why I say this is because you would understand the urban functioning in more details. And the better details you understand, the better technology solution would emerge. Let's give a small example to understand. Now we all know solid waste. We all know that it is generated in households, in institutions and industries. There are different types of waste. They are collected by a mechanism, and people collect this solid waste. It is treated somewhere and disposed. Now, if you go into further details, that is where technology actually helps you. For example, let us assume there is a city which has 1 million population. It is producing some significant amount of waste. It has around 50 vehicles which collect it from pick points. To that pick point, there are maybe manual collection, and those manual people collection is done and disposed in these 40 locations or 50 locations or 100 locations. And then there are vehicles which transport this to a larger treatment facility. There is some kind of a treatment done, and then there is a further decimation of that waste. Now, how technology is being used in smart cities? For example, every house has maybe a QR code. And I'm not talking about one city or two cities. It is being implemented in more than 50, 60 cities, even more maybe. 50, 60, I'm aware because in 100 smart cities, 50, 60 of them are included. So each house has a QR code. I am the person who is in charge to collect the waste from Sir's house. I go, I collect the waste. I have a scanner which I put in front of his QR code, and there is a message sent that the waste from his house is collected. Each house, I move on, I keep on scanning, and that information, that the data has been collected, is kind of put in one place. Now, I collect the waste, and maybe I dispose it in some kind of a bigger truck for movement. But each of that truck has a GPS. They are moving, and that driver cannot take a liberty of maybe it's very hot. Why don't I lay down under a tree for some time? Because somebody is watching that your vehicle has not moved for 15 hours, for 15 minutes. There is also when you have a vehicle, it needs petrol, it needs diesel. Now, each of these drivers would traditionally ask for, say, 50 liters, 70 liters, 100 liters as per their quota. But now, since the movement is very dynamic, so there are bins collection centers, they all have sensors. As soon as there is a 70% of that bin is filled, the driver gets a message that, okay, shift to sector number 22, that area, that is where the bin is almost ready. Once it is filled by 90%, he gets an emergency button. If it reaches, say, 100%, that message goes to the municipal commissioner. And he knows, okay, these are the places where the driver has not reached. And there is somebody who is monitoring. So initially, the driver would have a fixed route. Now he is much more, what technology has done is, he's more responsive. He needs okay, fine. All of a sudden, there was a party at Amitji's house, and a lot of waste are generated. He was traditionally supposed to come there at 3 p.m. Now he has to reach there immediately at 9, collect it, and move out. So use of technology in multiple urban management systems is where urban professionals and architects are important, because you understand these operations. Okay, so that is where there are thousands of things to talk about. We can talk about thousands of examples, how use of technology can be done in urban management. What we will do in today's session is, we have three eminent people. Monish ji will be talking about how you need to create a data-driven management system. It sounds big, but for doing this data-driven management system, you need to have a quality map. You need to have GIS. How many cities in this country have GIS-based mapping? What are the challenges? What should be done? So Monish ji will be talking about that. We'll have Pankaj ji, who will be talking about use of technology in affordable housing. Housing is the first and foremost requirement. Somebody said a wonderful thing, sir, that to handle poverty, it is easy to handle them in urban areas than in rural areas. I did not understand the meaning of this. So he further elaborated. If anybody moves from a rural area to an urban area, give him only two things. One, give him a house and give him a job. And he will take care of all his issues. So housing, or we can say affordable housing, is thus very, very important. How is India kind of preparing itself for affordable housing? Pankaj ji will be able to elaborate. Ashish ji is someone, perhaps the most interesting part of it. And he will add about how we are using sensors, how we are using different technologies in different urban management systems, right from water supply to solid waste management, to safety and security, to disaster, to kind of immediate response of governance. So there are multiple things we'll talk about. So, ma'am, should we go with Monish ji first or Ashish ji first? Ashish sir. So the most interesting gets the first one. Please welcome Ashish.
So, Shri Ashish Pahel holds a bachelor degree in architecture from School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, and completed a certification program in Habitat Development and Management from Sweden. He's an astute professional with 22 years of qualitative experience in design and project management in landscape, interiors, buildings, real estate, lighting, and development sectors. He has worked in the capacity of manager, senior manager, and national lead with many organizations across India, including Philips Lighting, M+W High-Tech India Private Limited, Development Alternatives, etc. Sir has a diverse experience as an entrepreneur, landscape architect, interior designer, lighting designer, project manager, and technical marketer with demonstrated ability to focus on technologies, interiors, infrastructure.
Enough, it's okay. Let's not go there. Thank you. Can I have my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Right. Don't believe her. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm just like one of you. I'm an architect who was just still learning. Okay. So let's continue the journey together. I think the whole idea was when I accepted this, because I might disappoint you, I may not talk about a lot of other things. I'm actually into lighting. Okay. So I might want to change the, how we perceive how our cities look in the evening, because it's a 24-hour day, basically, out of which 12 hours is actually night. I mean, darkness. So we, as architects, we create buildings which are visible during the day, but what happens to our urban spaces, our buildings, our common, services in the night? I think we are also not really prepared as a country for the process of, improving ourselves for the other half of the day, basically, right? So, out of my little, let's say experiment in life or passion, what we may call it, I delved into lighting, and which is why, I might just take you to a very different journey. Okay. I will, this is just a base presentation. We can, skip a few and talk about, I really want to convey to you, I will. So, is it possible? I will at that time. Right. All right. Okay. So I represent this organization called Lucent Worldwide, which is basically a lighting designer, an interesting profession for whoever of you want to really pursue. It involves design, it involves technology, it involves a lot of innovation, IoT, sensors, technology is a slave if you take it that way, believe you me. If you make it your master, it's a very difficult thing. We are talking about this chat GPT and whatnot, AI is happening. Let's still be the master. I would like to say. So one, yes, I think if your fundamentals are in place, technology is your slave. So keep it that way. Your heart should be in the right place. Your brain should be in the right place. All things will follow. If you have the right intentions, the words are at your service very clearly. So I'll just start from here. Hang on, let me just check. Ma'am, this is not moving. Can you help, please? Yeah. Okay, till the time that happens. So give me the laptop here. I can. Okay, they happen all the time. So technology, right? So fails you. Thank you so much. All right, it works. All right. So since we're talking urban, here I'm going to talk about what is called how can we transform spaces with light. Okay. When we travel across the world, most of us would have by now, at least, if not, we at least have access to great, evening pictures of great cities. You'd like to go see them, go see Paris, go see Rome, go see, all these fab cities you would like to see. In India, we really want to talk about something parallel yet there. We're not there yet. Okay, there is a big gap, and which is where technology will follow, provided we know what is to be done very clearly. Okay, so I'd like to talk about some trends, some models. Okay, something about environment, all of that. So I'll leave it there. What are the trends? Okay. So we talk about something about tourism, like I said. So basically, how do we earn as a country? If I am buying an Indian product, my GDP is still the same. How do we earn? We earn from the other countries, people coming in, doing trade with us, so on and so forth. So tourism is a very important and an interesting thing. We may be doing great. Vikas ji is privy to the fact that we're creating great smart cities for the citizens. It's great, right? But let's also find methods to get some dollars, some yuan, some yens, and improve our GDP for that matter, right? So boost to commerce, and I'll be talking about a few things, interesting stuff. So tourism, some facts for you. Interesting stuff, right? We call it FTA. In India, our FTA, foreign tourist arrivals, actually drop after March. It starts somewhere around October, but in this great month of April, May, June, we hardly see anyone coming in. Any guess on the reasons? Summers, we have this great summer. Very, very difficult weather to be a tourist in, for that matter, right? We like to go to cooler climes. India generally is a warm country, 9 or 10 months a year, maybe 2 months. There's a respite, which is January, February, which is why I see the maximum FTAs happening there, right? So it's an interesting thing. What happens? You see, even we as citizens, if you like to venture out, you don't want to go at 42-degree outside, right? What would you see? You will not enjoy anything. So definitely evenings or the nights are much better for stepping out, enjoying yourself, so on and so forth. So it become, summer months are an opportunity. So I was just telling Professor Ajela only the same thing. Sydney, you heard of the city. They of course have different summers and winters, being in the southern hemisphere, you know that. Their leanest months are also the same months, April, May, June. Why? Because they have extreme winters there. Now so let me put it this way. So they had these very low, they are really buzzing with tourists otherwise, because it's a great place and all of that. But in winters, nobody would go there. So they, and I'm talking about good 10, 15 years back, they had this great idea that they created a festival. It's called the Vivid Sydney. Sometime you just Google it. It's not in my presentation, but I can just tell you, in Google, they have a fabulous website of their own. In those 15 years, they have grown to 25 times. And now it is difficult to get a hotel room or a flight booking in these months, owing to the amount of traffic they've created, because they created this festival, which would happen in the evening. It's all light, it's all frolic, it's all, a lot of things happen there. So the whole city is lit in a very different sense. So they've created something totally out of nothing. And it's really a boost to and in a lean month, right? So these are the leaner months for them. It's just winters for them, right? So for us, on the contrary, our evenings are mostly pleasant. How do we make it more attractive? Again, so there's an interesting fact of lighting there. So, our potential is amazing. Let's face it. Okay, so there are some cities which have some great historical content. There are cities which are born out of nothing. Noida is an example, right? So Gurgaon is an example. There is no context per se, but purely out of economical reasons and whatnot. There are new cities still being born, right? So there is enough potential, even though natural or even artificial or prepared artificially. We can actually create it. Dubai is a great example. They had nothing. They created a great destination for the world, actually, right? So I'm not the only one talking. Our Prime Minister is also going around the world telling, asking the diaspora to bring 5 people to India. So, there's already this pull, so to speak. But what else should happen, right? It's not only pulling. We need to really make it conducive for this thing to happen, right? So tourism is just an example, but our idea is to make it more acceptable. See, most of us are Delhiites, and Delhi is not very well known for safety, right? So, we have reasons, and one of the reasons is actually well-lit city. The moment the city is interesting, you have people swarming to be on the road. Don't want to only go back home and sit in traffic. You really want to venture out, if you visit Bombay, people sit on this Queen's necklace and, really take the time off before they're going home. Maybe due to traffic, maybe due to great weather, whatever it is. But for example, Delhi doesn't have much to go for example. So this is just an example. Idea is to create such magnets in the city, which people would like to go to, right? When there are people walking around, whatever, there's enough social vigilance. You don't need police to give you that support, that security, right? The feeling of safety happens where there is social vigilance. There's more commerce. People step out, you buy more from vendors. It's like a good, jerk to the whole cycle of economy. Again, he was talking about giving people jobs, for example. So I think there is a method to give that a little kickstart. So these are just examples, again, across the world, how, in fact, our project features a golden temple. We've done the lighting there. Interestingly, in 3 years after we do it with the lighting there, the revenue of Amritsar's, GST collection has gone 3 times. Imagine. So it's a great feedback that once you create something interesting, and for people to step out and bring footfall, things are going to really improve, right? So transformation of urban spaces with light, there are ample examples in the world. I really want to go through each one of them, but let's skip it for now. But these images will suffice. You may look at these examples. Guggenheim Bilbao is, of course, a known thing for you. The one in the middle top, Bayonne Bridge, China, is again one of our projects. It's a bridge which connects. It's a pedestrian bridge which connects about 18 buildings. Interesting space. We won an award for this, and many other such spaces. So you can really transform spaces, bring people out with doing the right kind of lighting. Again, that's the other thing, because you can't just do any lighting. It should be done responsibly. It's very, very important. Again, tourism, just to give you again some numbers, top tourist cities in the world. Share of India in the world tourism map is 1.5%, $30 billion, and world potential is 2 trillion. China, on the contrary, is 16%. That's 10x than us. In fact, 1 or 2 cities of we've done the Shenzhen city of China, the master planning and whatnot. Its share of world tourism is almost as much as India's, overall India, imagine. So, and it has no, historical context, no monument, nothing. It's a created city like Gurgaon or Noida. But one has to do things responsibly. But this is just for you some numbers to ponder over that, what are we doing, right? Are we really prepared for this night economy? Master Plan of Delhi talks about 24-hour cities now. So it's a great word, but are we really prepared? Are we really thinking about it in a holistic sense, right? Obviously, infrastructure is a very important thing. Vikasji and our friends will talk about it as we go forward. I think responsibly lighting up our cities for safety, security, attraction is a very important thing. Again, maybe more numbers. I'd like to probably skip from here. I talked about the Amritsar example, which I was talking about ever since we did this. And we've been blessed with many such interesting works. So we're doing work in Srinagar, Trivandrum, Jaipur, Gwalior. So all these cities will definitely develop and bring in more footfall. That is the idea. There are a lot of cities in the world who've already done that. They've used, lighting to develop tourism. There are quite a few examples there. Maybe for the paucity of time, we'll talk about it later. But believe you me, there are now in cities in the world we talk about nightmares. Okay, so there is a separate government system, or let's say a fund system, which have a nightmare concept. Google it and you'll know a lot of things basically. So best of cities have nightmares. So they are already talking about it. So when you do such things, what is the change in behavior? People would like to step out. The example on the left top is an Indian example. We've done the city of Coimbatore. Some very interesting things. The moment we brought interesting lit spaces in the evening, people are just swarming to be there. People are just waiting for good urban spaces to be ready for them. You just can't walk. Of course, the cleanliness, nice infrastructure, parking, access, all of these are very, very important. And so is lighting. So I'm not saying they're the only important thing, but one has to really bring in a lot of elements to concoct that whole environment, right? So, so basically, so all ingredients are important. I would just like to say that this is a direction that I would like you to look at, and then technology will follow, all your sensors, AI, it's easy, there are just, you can actually bring in Internet of Things can respond to your messages. The kind of smart cities Vikasji and team are preparing, I'm sure they're all ready with their control centers, sensing what is happening around the city. You see those Hollywood movies, those centers where they look at there's some problem there. Vikasji is owner of half of them in India. So if I'm not wrong, right, sir? The command center that you've developed are really state of art. Safety, I already talked about it. So basically, when you bring in people, things happen very clearly. So an example, right bottom, we did the Juhu beach. So we brought these great, interesting impressions on the ground, which also does advertising. For, let's say, this is a BMC, which is Britain Mumbai Corporation's logo, but it also does lighting. So it's an art, lighting combined, and you create these urban spaces with interesting examples. Many such examples exist. So, okay, left top, of course, is Gwalior, which we're also doing. You see the Gwalior fort in the backdrop. Talking about pride, you see, talking about clean cities. Again, we had the solid waste management right up there because he was talking about it. So, we're talking about the cleanest cities. Indore has been winning hands down every year. But we're not talking about lit cities or best urban spaces so far. We're just talking cleanliness. So there are many, many levels that we still have to go onwards to make them more habitable, more welcoming, more attractive, basically, right? Which is where revenues will start coming. We'll start funding our own development often, basically, right? So I don't know whether I should talk about the model, but still, let's just tell you that, this is the kind of, you don't really need government to invest in it. Actually, private players can also come in and invest and actually become sponsors of these spaces, which they get, exclusive rights to use that space, to advertise and whatnot. You get these Indus railway station or whatever, you get them to really invest in for branding purpose. Why not do it for urban spaces? It doesn't, it actually benefits everyone. So which is what I wanted to push for. The government, of course, gives the right, public gets to use it. People like us, the consultants, everybody in the room get to contribute from our, from our experience. How do we create those spaces or improve those spaces? Local businesses, of course, get a lot of benefit by just cooperating and making sure such improvements happen. And of course, sponsors get exclusive right for a period of time to, one, of course, advertise, use those spaces to display their products, and also maintain the whole space. So everybody gets to win without, let's say, government investing for that matter. So, this was a whole model. I won't probably skip the English. But what I wanted to say that iconic, vibrant urban spaces can be created without even government intervening, only supporting for that matter. So this is just an idea, and of course, we got to be very, very careful, which I was talking about. Responsibly lighting is very, very important. We just can't light up everything and make the city burn. It's very, very important to do it responsibly. with environment consciousness, because believe you me, the term, just a term for you normally is called light pollution. When we do overlighting, most of us fly and we've seen how, lights are looking up into the sky. We don't need it actually. There are only birds up there and whatnot. I was talking about an example of Shenzhen, the city of Shenzhen we've done in China master plan. What we did was we controlled the lighting that was being done in the city from light pollution perspective. We brought down the consumption by 60%, or hoping 60%, made sure roads were lit evenly and lesser. Cars have a lot of light, made it better for pedestrians. And a great result that happened was the fauna started coming back. You started seeing the fireflies, the butterflies back to the city, because we were invading their habitat by doing haphazard lighting all over. So I think to bring the balance of nature is a great, ROI than whatever else the energy thing that we talk about. So it's we really have to be conscious citizens and, let's say professionals, because most of us, in the room are going to be one soon. So idea is to keep your, like I said, heart in place, head in place, and, the technology, you have a lot of people help you with great stuff there. So, what I wanted to say here was, can I go back? I can. So responsibly doing is very important. The left top is a very bad example. The right pictures are some of our own projects where we wanted to make sure that we see the skies, right? How many can actually see the stars these days? You really have to go 100 kilometers from a Delhi, Noida to see the stars. So, which is a fact, which is not a great thing, actually. So there are a lot of possibilities, how we can actually make our cities better by doing responsible lighting, by making sure even, people don't need to really, we just have to collaborate and put the right ideas across. So, I think all is just to summarize it. Everybody wins. We have a business model which is more like a circular business model, which helps everyone, and city branding, and a lot of goodies that are talked about. So yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. I hope I was in time.
So thank you, Ashish ji. We understand lighting is important, and I will add three small examples here. We all use Google Map, and Google Map actually helps us with the shortest distance. But is the shortest distance always the safest distance? It may not be. Now, I know of a few cities, how they've used technology is, they have a mobile and it has a camera, and they sit on their bikes and just move across, and all the city lamps, street lights, which are not working, they are mapped. So all of a sudden, you know which are those streets where the street lights are not working. And when you select a kind of a route, it also gives you an option of the safest route. So the streets, especially for pedestrians, where it's not very well lit, you are able to avoid it. And these are happening in a few cities in Maharashtra. Started with Pune. There is an Indian startup called a Safety Pin, which is doing this. Small technology, use of sensors, and building. Second example, if I can add so, is Chandigarh, we all know. Chandigarh, in the Smart City program, they have built an integrated command and control center. And that is one place. How many of you are students? Just raise your hand here. Okay, great. I assume that all of you are architecture and planning students. How many of you have visited an integrated and command control center? Have you gone that in the building? Just raise your hands. One. I will request the professors here is, please let's take them to the integrated command and control centers. I want you students to go there and just be sitting somewhere, watch that entire thing for a day. Not for an hour or maybe 30 minutes, sit there for a day. Just observe what are different use of technology is being done in urban management. Right from transport to traffic to solid waste, to water supply, all kind of dimensions. So they have to be watched. Now, Chandigarh example, which I was giving is, they have installed this integrated command control center. They have got the cameras around 6,000 of them across the city. Now, these one small example how it impacts people is, a lot of people in Chandigarh love to drink, and when they drink, they want to drive fast, and when they drive, accidents happen. In 2018, the night fatalities in Chandigarh used to be 166. 166 lives were lost every year. And I'm giving a figure of 2018 because 2-3 years we were all locked in because of COVID. Now, just because there are cameras, just because if you drive fast, do a rash driving, some camera will take a picture of yours and quietly send you a SMS that you have been fined for 10,000 rupees. Just because of that fear, the fatality last year has reduced from 166 to 40. Did we save 126 lives by a use of technology? So these are kind of impacts on how important is use of technology in urban management. Another example, since Ashish, you were talking about lighting, there are great things happening in this country. And that is why it is very important for you to be observant and to know what is happening. For example, we have a small place called as Diu. Diu can proudly say that all the energy requirement of that city during the daytime is by solar energy. All, everything, entire energy requirement is clean, is green. But these are some wonderful, great efforts. So these are use of technologies where we are more responsible and we are able to bring impact. Monishji, we can bring such impacts. One will always have to zoom down between the macro and micro picture. Now in ministry, there are different missions. One of the mission is Amrit. Amrit is primarily about providing water supply, tapped water supply in every household. It is also about drainage and sewerage. It is also about many urban reforms, which includes one, which is about GIS mapping and the use of technology in creating a good map. Now, map is the language we understand, and it is time that we use that understanding with technology for better decision making. So, Monishji will be able to kind of add more dimensions to it. Please welcome.
Thank you, sir. So, Shri Manish Khan completed his bachelor's and master's in geography from Jamia Millia Islamia and Master of Planning in Regional Planning from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Sir has 27 years of experience, wherein he has worked on more than 35 local and national projects in the field of urban and regional development in government and private sectors, with expertise in use of state-of-art technologies, including GIS, remote sensing, etc. During this period, he has worked as town and country planner, assistant town and country planner also in town and country planning organization, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, and as a research associate in School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. He has contributed as senior planner and research associate in private sector as well. Sir has more than 10 research papers in national and international journals of repute to his credit. Welcome, sir, and it's over to you. Full screen.
Good morning. Many thanks to Professor Amit and Amity University for inviting me. I always love to talk with the students. Welcome, students. It's good to see. What I have observed, you're all sitting with the COVID protocol. एक seat छोड़ के फिर से आ गया क्या? Oh, that's great. So definitely, see, I'm working in TCPO and fortunately, I'm taking care of all the projects and schemes based on space technologies. How many of you are using GIS and remote sensing and simulation software in your studio and class? Can we see? Okay. So Thank you. And in the past, we at TCPO and the ministry have completed many schemes and projects which were based on remote sensing and technology in the field of urban planning. Now, I'll be talking on one of the important program which we are currently implementing in under Amrut. And we name it as a sub-scheme on formulation of GIS-based master plan. Once Honorable Prime Minister has directed to all the Union Ministry to have a dedicated program on space-based technology. Accordingly, we got a direction from PMO and TCPO has designed this program under Amrut, and it was launched for 500 cities. These are the mandatory reforms under Amrut. As you may be aware that reforms means if you will do this reforms, you will get some incentive funds from the ministry. So there are 11 reforms, and under reform number 4, that is urban planning, we designed this program. Under Amrut, there are 500 class 1 cities, 100,000, 1 lakh and above. For under this program, 461 cities are on board. Because the other says that we have a GIS-based master plan. These are 40 metros, 418 class 1 cities, and there are 3 special cities were selected. The objective of this scheme to have a common digital base map. Why I am using the word common? Basically, before launching this sub-scheme, we prepared the design standard. And that has been very much successfully implemented, that for all these 500 cities, the GIS base map is same. It is not like I want to prepare the base map by my own choice and you want to prepare. No, it is not. It is the same across the country for 500 cities. So, objective is to develop common digital base map and land use map using GIS in each Amrut city to enable them to make more informed strategic decision for master plan formulation. That was our objective. It has 3 major components. One is the base map creation, and one is to 4,000 scale using very high resolution satellite data, sub-meter data. And using this base map, the state government has to formulate the master plan, GIS-based master plan as per their Town Planning Act. We have a third component of the capacity building. We have 3 types of training programs under this sub-scheme. For the senior or administrator level officers, 3 days, a middle level officer for 2 weeks, and junior level officer for 4 weeks. This is the implementation mechanism. At the state level, we have 3 committees which take care of the implementation at state level. That is a consultancy evaluation review committee which monitor day-to-day progress of the project. There is a state level technical committee, normally under the chairmanship of Principal Secretary Urban Development, and there is a state level high power steering committee under the chairmanship of Chief Secretary of the state government. At national level, we have 3 committees. National Monitoring Review Committee at TCPO, then we have a Technical Advisory Committee, Additional Secretary MD Amrut, and the Apex Committee under the chairmanship of Secretary Mahua. This is an interesting slide. I would like to request you to all pay attention how we are doing it. This is the methodology. On my left, there is a column, the activities which are mentioning for mapping. And on the left, plan formulation. The green color boxes are the responsibility of the state government or ULBs. And the blue colors activities responsibility is for mapping agency. So work start with the demarcation of planning area. The ULBs and town planning department, they demarcate the planning area and they submit to the mapping agency, and accordingly mapping agency acquires very high resolution satellite image of that particular planning area. And then GPS survey, then georeferencing and the topology building. We have established a dedicated center at National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad, for this work, where the 300 people in 2 shifts are working. And this is how, when we do the feature extraction, where each and every building is digitized, this is how the draft base map looks like. So this is a base map of Varanasi, which is a 503 square kilometer, which has been divided into 2,112 grids. One grid I have just blown up on the right side. And the below, in the below table mention this information we collect from the field. So extensive field survey has been done, which we call it ground truthing across the country. We go on the ground with the hard copy of the maps and attribute tables. We collect the information and then we incorporate in the maps. After the, if any ULB or any city is having line network information like water supply or sewerage, provision is there in the design standard document that can be easily superimposed on it. And after the quality check, your base map is ready. This is your final base map, which we call it existing land use, ELU, is ready, which is ready for master plan formulation. Parallelly, the state governments, some states have done in-house and many states have hired a consultant. They do the primary and secondary survey, socio-economic data collection, and once this data collected, different themes using the base map can be generated, like demographic, industries, transport, water, sewerage, education and health, hazard prones. So these themes, once the themes is developed, you will be able to know about your issues and potential of your city. You project your requirement for 20 years, policy formulation, and then your draft master plan is ready, which will go for the public opinion suggestions. And once it's done, your final master plan is there. Once it is notified, it's there. This is how we are doing under this program. The budget of the scheme is 515 crore. We are providing 44 lakh rupees for mapping to a metro city, 1 crore for master plan formulation, 5 lakh for capacity building. And for other class 1 cities, we are providing 17 lakh rupees for mapping, 75 lakh rupees for master plan, and 2 lakh rupees for capacity building. So this is how it comes to 515 crore. As on date, I will not focus on the financial progress, but physical progress is important. Out of this 461, final base map is ready for 438 cities, and 319 cities have prepared the draft master plan. 157 has been notified, and 2,670 people have been trained. And this is an example. The above is a very high resolution satellite image, and in the lower side you can see the existing land use base map, which will be used for sorry. The scheme has guidelines, design standard. We have prepared the model RFP, there's a state action plan. How it will help? You may be aware, once we used to prepare the master plan through conventional method with lots of compromises and accuracy. So this will help you to accurate and faster way of master plan formulation. Once the base map is ready, it's very easy to update. As per your requirement, you want to update 5 years or 10 years, that can be easy to update, and your revision of master plan will also be very easy. urban development projects like water supply or sewerage, they can be monitored and implement using this base map. Now, under Amrut 2, 24/7 water supply is a mandatory reforms. So these base maps very much in high demand by public health engineering department. So, and this exists, a proposed land use is playing a platform role as a platform in online building plan approval system. So now what is next? This program is almost completed. Now Honorable Prime Minister has launched Amrut 2, that has for 4,800 statutory towns. The same scheme has been launched for class 2 towns, that is a 50,000 to 99,999 population. And this has been launched for 675 cities with the cost of 631 crores. I think this is the last slide. I would like to show you one quick video, if chair permits. Where is the folder? Where is the folder? Let's click this one. Audio है?
भारत सरकार के आवासन एवं शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा अमृत उपयोग।
This is an example of Bhopal master plan.
भारत सरकार के आवासन एवं शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा अमृत उपयोजना के अंतर्गत मध्य प्रदेश के 34 शहरों का चयन GIS आधारित मास्टर प्लान तैयार करने हेतु किया गया है। इसी योजना के तहत मध्य प्रदेश की राजधानी एवं झीलों की नगरी भोपाल का GIS आधारित मास्टर प्लान तैयार किया गया है। लगभग 25 लाख से अधिक आबादी वाले भोपाल में 25 साल पुराने मास्टर प्लान 2005 के अनुरूप विकास कार्य किया जा रहा है, जिसमें तकरीबन 601 वर्ग किलोमीटर हिस्सा सम्मिलित किया गया था। भोपाल की दिनों दिन बढ़ती जनसंख्या, जरूरतों और आधुनिक शहरीकरण को ध्यान में रखते हुए नया मास्टर प्लान 2031 विकसित किया गया है। इस मास्टर प्लान में भूमिगत एरिया को बढ़ाकर तकरीबन 1016 वर्ग किलोमीटर किया गया है। भोपाल मास्टर प्लान 2031 अब तक का अनूठा एवं एक्यूरेट डेवलपमेंट प्लान होकर GIS बेस्ड पेपरलेस मास्टर प्लान होगा। इसे तैयार करने के लिए नगर तथा ग्राम निवेश भोपाल द्वारा आधुनिक तकनीकों का इस्तेमाल किया गया है, जैसे NRSC हैदराबाद से प्राप्त हाई रेजोल्यूशन सैटेलाइट इमेज के माध्यम से पूरे शहर को 3494 ग्रिड्स में विभाजित किया गया। प्रत्येक ग्रिड 0.5 वर्ग किलोमीटर की रखी गई। सैटेलाइट इमेज और फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन के द्वारा लैंड यूज के साथ लगभग 4 लाख बिल्डिंग्स के फुटप्रिंट्स तैयार किए गए। प्रॉपर्टी ID के साथ शहर का GIS बेस्ड नक्शा तैयार किया गया। फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन के द्वारा बिल्डिंग्स की वर्तमान स्थिति के साथ साथ भविष्य के उन्नयन का जायजा लिया गया। शहरजनों, विषय विशेषज्ञ और विभागीय स्टेक होल्डर्स के परामर्श लिए गए। इस तरह मास्टर प्लान 2031 की आधारभूत संरचना तैयार की गई। भोपाल मास्टर प्लान 2031 के अंतर्गत जनसंख्या फैलाव और विकास को ध्यान में रखते हुए पेरी अर्बन क्षेत्र में नए एरिया RG4 एंड RG5 के रूप में लिए गए हैं, जो पूरी तरह मिक्स्ड यूज बिल्डिंग कॉन्सेप्ट पर आधारित होंगे। रिंग रोड के एक्सटेंशन के साथ अन्य शहरी मार्गों के साथ साथ व्यापारिक और इंडस्ट्रियल जोन का विकास होगा, जो शहरी विकास में सहायक होंगे। मास ट्रांजिट सिस्टम के अंतर्गत मेट्रो रेल से शहर के आउटर एरिया को जोड़ा जाएगा। ये मास्टर प्लान फॉर्म बेस्ड अप्रोच के साथ तैयार किया गया है, जिससे रोड की चौड़ाई के अनुसार बिल्डिंग की ऊंचाई और फ्रंट MOS तय होगा। आधुनिक शहरीकरण के उद्देश्य के लिए शहर के कमर्शियल एरियाज को प्रीमियम FAR एवं TDR के माध्यम से अतिरिक्त FAR प्रदान किया जाएगा। शहर की मौजूदा पार्किंग स्थिति को ध्यान में रखते हुए मल्टी लेवल कॉमन पार्किंग को FAR में छूट मिलेगी। ऐतिहासिक धरोहरों के संरक्षण और पर्यावरण संवर्धन के लिए ओल्ड भोपाल की ऐतिहासिक बिल्डिंग्स को हेरिटेज जोन में तब्दील किया गया है, जहां पर लोग हेरिटेज TD आर्चर को लेकर लगेंगे। भोपाल की जल संरचनाओं और शहरी जंगल के संरक्षण के लिए ग्रीन TDR भी प्रस्ताव में शामिल किया गया है। इस प्लान में लैंड यूज विकास के आड़े नहीं आएगा। ये मास्टर प्लान ऐतिहासिक और पर्यावरण संरक्षण के साथ साथ शहर के विकास की नई स्काईलाइंस बनाएगा।
Believe me, it is not that before to this scheme, there was master plan were not formulated or GIS based master plan were not formulated. But this scheme has completely changed the mindset of the urban planner or town planner in the country. Now today, if anybody is thinking about the master plan formulation, they are formulating GIS based master plan as per the Amrut scheme guidelines. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Munishji. Now, we are architects, we are planners, we understand the importance of maps, we understand how GIS is important. But sometimes the bad moments teach you more importance of such things. For example, when COVID happened and we were all locked and nothing was moving, how do you still plan that people are having their food, people are having vegetables, they are getting medicines? How do you plan that? That was perhaps a time which emphasized the need of such things even more. Just to give a small example, somebody is testing positive, his samples are said and he gets a message. And those were the times when a city has a limited health infrastructure. It is a limited infrastructure to transport the person from his house to an isolation ward, to a place where he has a bed. So all these facilities, how do you move it? So these maps are fundamental and add more layers of intelligence, and that is where it becomes more sensitive to the urban management of it. The next time when you see the food plate which your mother gives you, and try to question where is this coming from, and you will be surprised to know that the food, the plate which you have got is a global plate. It is all likelihood that the dal which you are eating is produced maybe somewhere in Australia or in some parts of Africa. The vegetables you are having is coming from maybe some fields in Bihar or maybe some farm of Punjab or Haryana. The coconut chutney which you are having is coming as far as Kerala. So the point is, when the city gets locked down, when there is a bad times, how do you ensure that this thing still reaches you? The tablet which you are having maybe have been kind of produced in some place in Maharashtra, and it might have changed 10 mediums to reach to your place finally. So how do you actually do it? A map is just as important for that. So while we make all these plans for good times, but actually they are most helpful in the bad times. So that is something which I wanted to emphasize here. Now, I think as we talked about in the inception, housing is fundamental, and we have a huge population, and we'll have to be creative. We want a house which is cheaper. We want a house which is faster. What kind of initiatives are being done and what is happening across the country? Pankaj will be able to talk about it. Pankaj, please.
Shri Pankaj Gupta is Bachelor's in Civil Engineering from Delhi College of Engineering and holds a postgraduate diploma in International Marketing from Delhi School of Economics, Delhi University. Sorry. Presently, he works as Deputy Chief of Innovation and Development Unit at Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council under Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Sir has over 29 years of experience in evaluation, certification, dissemination, and use of innovative technologies in affordable mass housing. He also has experience in project formulation, project appraisal, monitoring, quality assurance, implementation, design, and capacity building for various government-funded schemes and projects. He is currently involved in Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban for appraisal, monitoring, construction of lighthouse projects, demonstration housing projects using new technologies and capacity building activities. Before this, he was involved in Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission and Rajiv Awas Yojana, the flagship schemes of Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, Government of India. We welcome you, sir, and over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I think I am the only civil engineer in the hall. Anybody else civil engineers are there? No. Okay, I'll try to make my presentation not too technical in that sense. And first of all, I would like to thank MIT University for inviting BMTPC for sharing our experience and opportunity to. I will be basically talking on the affordable housing and how Government of India is handling this affordable housing thing and use of and I'll give you an overview of the innovative technologies which are coming up in India over the last few years. Innovative technologies for the mass housing, affordable housing, basically. As you can see, how fast our urbanization is happening in India. In 2011, we were around 31% urbanized, and by 2030, we are expected to be urbanized 40%. As of now, it is already 36-37%. And by 2050, we are expecting that 50% of our population will be urbanized. And on the economic front, you know that it has been the target of Government of India to be 5 trillion economy by 2025 and 10 trillion by 2030. And for this, the Government of India is working on the comprehensive strategy of 3S mantra, skill, scale, and speed. Talking about the affordable housing, I'll start with the challenges. Then I'll come to the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana or the affordable housing, how it is being tackled in India and the policy things. As per a technical group report in 2012, although it is very old, there was a shortage of 18.7 million housing units in India. And the interesting point is that 95% of this shortage is in EWS and LIG sector. That is more important to note. And what are the challenges basically we are facing with the affordable housing? The major issue is the scarcity of the land. As you may be knowing that the number of houses which are required are too high in this sector for the affordable housing. But if you go for the construction of affordable housing in the cities, the cost of land is too high. So this is one of the major issues we are facing with the providing affordable housing. And affordable housing, we call it affordable housing. Actually, it is not getting very affordable as we are thinking that it will be very cheaply available to the EWS and LIG category people. The second point itself, the rising cost of the construction. The cost of construction is rising at a very fast speed. Over COVID period, what we have seen is the cost of construction has increased up to 40 to 50%. There has been a tremendous increase in the cost of construction also. Then what we see in affordable housing is most of the affordable housing we see in the outskirts of the major cities. And then because of that, we are not able to provide adequate public social infrastructure, which includes transport, health, and education. So there is a need of proper PPP model in the affordable housing, which government is also working on it. And the basic problem which private developers are finding is that they don't find it very profitable to provide affordable housing. The margins are very low. And there is a need to strengthen the microfinance, and we have to strengthen our ecosystem for optimizing the FAR and FSI. These are some major issues or the challenges we find in providing the affordable housing. Now coming to Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, as all of you may be aware, currently this Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Urban is going on, and it started in 2015. And this scheme actually was conceived for 7 years, to 2015 to 22. It is now in extended period up to 24. And the 4 verticals were conceived. Actually, this slide is not visible to me from this side. Can I use some collar mic and go to this side to read the slide? Or this will be easier for me. Hello? Hoping for all this and basically was complete by government of India is very comprehensive. There were 4 verticals, and the idea was that everyone who is not having the house should be covered. That's why this scheme was called Housing for All. Means everybody should get the house. And that's why to cover everyone in the scheme, it was decided that to have 4 verticals. The first vertical you can see is the slum redevelopment. Means this vertical is basically for the development of the slums. In situ we call it ISSR, in situ slum redevelopment. There is a grant of 1 lakh per house for this scheme. And the second one is credit link subsidy scheme. The people who are not having their own land, they can buy the house from the market, and they will be getting subsidy of 6.5% for EWS and LIG funding. So they can get their loan from the banks, and they get the subsidy. So those people who are not having the land, they can be covered under this CLS, as we call it. The third one is affordable housing in partnership. This is basically for the first one, slum redevelopment scheme was, the land was a resource, and this land is basically with the government agencies. And the affordable housing in partnership, we are looking for the land which is with the private sector. The private sector can bring their land, and they get a subsidy of 1.5 lakh per house. But there are some conditions with this scheme. The last one, and which is not the least, it is a beneficiary-led construction, which has maximum number of houses under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Beneficiary-led construction means the construction will be done by the beneficiary itself. And he will be getting assistance of 1.5 lakh per house. This is a overview of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, the progress as on date. As on date, if you see, this is the status of 3rd April only, and it is a demand-driven scheme, and around 120 lakh houses have been sanctioned, out of which 110 lakh have started and 73 lakhs have been completed. You see the scale of this scheme, 1 crore 20 lakh houses which have been sanctioned, and 1 crore 10 lakh houses have been grounded. Even the financial progress you can see, more than 2 lakh crore commitment, released is 1 lakh 44 crore. This is the financial progress as on date. These are the initiatives basically taken by the government during the last few years during the implementation of PMAY. RERA, you all must be knowing, it is a new act which has come in 2016 for regulation and promotion of real estate. Infrastructure status has been given to affordable housing. NUHF fund has been created. Reduction of GST, that is a major point, where 8% to 1% in affordable housing projects and 12% to 5% in other housing projects has been done by the government. Government has created an affordable housing fund with initial corpus of 10,000 crore to reduce the interest burden on the affordable housing. Income tax benefit, widening the scope of affordable housing for income tax benefit from 30 to 60 square meter and 60 to 90 square meters for non-metros. Similarly, alternate investment fund has been created, 25,000 crore, and this has created EODB, and there has been, as you know, there is a jump in World Bank's ease of doing business report. We have come from 142 to 60 in construction permits. So what Housing for All PMAY scheme has integrated all these things which were missing in the earlier schemes. It is access to finance, technology part, which I'm going to talk in my second session, second part of my presentation, technology, training and capacity building, reducing cost and efficient land use. Now coming to the new technologies. Why are we looking for the new technologies? That is the basic question. Presently, we have our conventional system of RCC frame construction. What is the problem with that? Why are you looking for the new technologies? It is everything is going well. Construction is being done, houses are being done. But what is the problem we are facing with the current system? It is the speed, first of all. As you know, in the current RCC construction, as all of you know, you have shuttering, you have curing, you do everything at the site, mixing everything. And then you have to de-shutter, you have to do curing, and then you go again for the shutting and do the next level. So speed is the major issue with the current construction system. And then quality also, you know, with the kind of labor and supervision we have at the site, there has been very big quality issues. The durability of the houses or the structures is not that much what we expect as civil engineers. Safety, sustainability, life cycle cost, and other technical parameters. These are some issues with the conventions. This slide basically shows how we are moving from the normal conventional system to the precast system. Level 0 on the left side basically is just you bring the raw material at site and just mix it and do the construction. It's a very age-old construction. Level 1 and 2, if you see, we do the precasting in the factory. We bring the components at site, assemble it at site. Level 3, if you are able to see, it is a volumetric. We call it 3D volumetric, in which the whole volume or the module, I will say, the whole module of the structure, a single module, is precast with wall and slab, and it is brought at the site. And level 4, which is the ultimate level, in which the module we are precasting, it is also furnished inside. All the door, windows, and all the fixtures are there. That is level 4. Basically, what we are doing in the new technology is DFMA. Design for manufacture and assembly at site. That is the idea. We are moving away from in situ construction to DFMA. You design properly, you manufacture the component in the factory and then bring them at site to assembly. That is the idea. We call it manufacturing of the buildings, you can see. All prefabrication. The idea is in the new technologies basically is that instead of in situ construction, we are moving to prefabricated construction. That is the basic idea, you can understand. Instead of doing in situ construction, we are moving to prefab, precast construction. What we have seen over the years, in the last 10-15 years, the technologies which are coming to India, we have tried to categorize them based on their raw material and the way they are fabricated and the way they are assembled and implemented inside. So what we have found is that we can do it in 6 categories. As the time is 6 categories I am showing you, I will just show you the photographs of all these technologies without going into the detail of the technology. First one is engineered formwork, where the aluminum formwork is there. The whole casting is done in one go. We call it aluminum formwork, and it is called MY1 technology also. Call it technically monolithic concrete construction. This is how you can see the whole house is cast in one go without use of any brick, any column or beam. This is how the building looks like, the whole concrete building. The next one is, this is the aluminum formwork. The other type of formwork we have is the stay in place formwork. The formwork which will remain in place after you put the concrete in it. That's why it's called stay in place. This is the EPS blocks you can see where you put it comfortably and put the concrete, and these blocks will remain part of the wall itself. This is how you put all the, you can prepare the walls and everything and then put the concrete without removing the formwork. It can be in form of wire mesh also. This is how it looks, and afterwards you can plaster it. Similarly, other forms, PVC prefabricated walls are there, which you can install at site and put the concrete. And then we are coming to prefabricated sandwich panel. We have numerous number of panels which are available in the market, which are dry panels, and they can be put into the structure as a replacement of the walls. Here you can see the beam column structure is there, and you put the EPS wall in between. And after that, you do the plastering as normal. Various kind of panels. This is EPS beads panels, cement-based panels, dry wall panels, various type of composition. Puff panels are there, you must have seen with the steel structures. And apart from the concrete, what we have seen, the other basic structural system is the steel, you must be knowing. Where one thing I want to clear, basically, whenever you want to go for the high rise, you will have to go with the RC frame or you will have to go with the steel frame. Basic is this. If it is a 2-story, 1-story building, you can have different options. But as soon as you go for the high story, you will have to go with the RCC frame or steel frame. Steel, as you can see, means difference from the RCC frame. You can see the whole frame is made of steel. Nowadays, many buildings in India, most of the high-rise buildings, especially the commercial buildings, are done with the steel frame. This is how it looks like. Similarly, the other variant in this case is the light gauge frame, where we have galvanized thin sections which are cold rolled, and this is all prefabricated. You bring at the site and assemble. Then in the concrete, apart from our in situ RCC frame, we have the precasting. Precasting, we have two options. One is 2D precast, where the elements like beam, column, slab, walls, all are separately precast and brought at site and assembled. That we call it 2D planar or 2D precast system. This is how the components are cast. All the components, including staircase, sunshades, everything can be precast and brought at site and assembled. This looks like a normal RCC frame, but it is a precast construction with precast beam column. This is the project in Delhi which has been done by BG Shirke for DDA. And the other variant is the 3D precast, where the whole module, as I said in the slide where I was showing the levels, this is the 3D precasting where the whole module of a house will be precast and site and then assembled at site, just joining. This is how this casting is done. Lighthouse projects we are doing under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana using these technologies. If somebody wants to visit these lighthouse projects, they can contact DMTBC. You can always go to the website of the ministry, GSTC India. You will get all the information related to new technology there. Slide is small, but these are the projects we are doing with the new technologies. Global Housing Challenge was done by the Government of India in 2019, and we identified 54 technologies and categorized into those 6 categories I showed you. And one thing which is useful for you, that we are running an online program on these technologies, especially for the engineers and architects and urban planners. It's an online program, 1-week program in the evening, 5:30 to 8:30. If you go deeper into these technologies, you can attend this program. This is normally done once in 2 months. So you can go to BMTBC website and get the details. Yeah, with this I conclude.
Thank you, Pankaj. Why do we need technology? Because we identify a problem. And if you find a problem, how to address that with optimizing your resources, that could be time. We need technology. Easily, the most important thing for architects and urban planners is to identify pain points, diagnose a situation. And once we diagnose a situation, technology will help us find a solution. What Pankaj was trying to present is, how do we create faster, cheaper houses, because our people want it quickly. They want it to be more affordable. One last example, it is all about observation. For example, when you are sick, there is a medical emergency, you have to be transported from your house to the hospital by ambulance. 30% of people die in ambulances. Can we reduce the time we spend in ambulances? There are cities who are creating green corridors. Green corridors means as soon as the ambulance arrives, it picks you. You start from your house, you send a message, your vehicle is monitored through a GPS. They are able to see where you are. The street lights, they have sensors. They are able to turn them green. You are given a lever. Okay, these are 3 route options. This will take you faster. If you are able to save 2 minutes, probably you'll save more lives. The point is, we have to identify urban issues where people are finding problems, and that is where we can use technology to help it. Technology usage will be basically be dependent upon how better we identify a problem, whether it is a macro issue of how we need GIS-based maps, or whether we use lighting for people's safety, security, making them more beautiful, making it more comfortable for people to see their public spaces, or whether it is about housing and urban technologies. I think there are much more dimensions to use of technology in urban management. We'll end it up here. Thank you very, very much. Monishji, thank you. Pankajji, Ashishbhai, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such insightful and informative sessions. I'm sure we all learned a lot today. Before we end the session, I would request Professor Amit Ajela, sir, to kindly felicitate our guests. Shri Vikas Chandra, sir. Shri Ashish Bell. Shri Monis Khan, sir. Shri Pankaj Gupta. Thank you, everyone. I would request all the speakers and dignitaries to kindly join us in the F2 lounge. All the students to kindly remain seated. We will take a 15-minute short break and we'll be back very soon. Thank you.
नहीं नहीं आप उनके पीछे पीछे
ठीक है सर। अपने सर भी है क्या यहाँ पे? अपने सर भी है क्या? हाँ आइए। अब चढ़ सकता हूँ है? समझ आएगा यहाँ पे
A very good morning once again, and welcome back to the session. So the next theme is theme 5 of the conclave, and second theme of the day, which is on capacity building. So as far as the theme is concerned, we all know that the most pressing problem in the world is the urbanization, which is happening rapidly day by day, and which is uncontrolled, unguided. So the skills, information, competence, and resources which are necessary to guide the cities towards a path of inclusive and sustainable urbanization must be available for making our cities sustainable and safe places to live and work with dignity. According to the new urban agenda, the sustainable development goals can also be accelerated by well-planned and well-managed urbanization. By addressing these demands, capacity building enables institutions and city authorities to fulfill their central function in promoting sustainable urban development within the framework of national development programs like the Atal Mission, the Smart City Mission, and the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. This track will be exploring the significance, challenges, and role of capacity building for urban functionaries and sustainable development. The sub-themes for today in this session would be institutional capacity building, co-creating solutions with multiple stakeholders, and management of resources, which will be human, natural, and financial resources. So we have a very esteemed panel for this session, which would be chaired by Architect Divya Kush. Architect Divya Kush is a very senior name in the profession, having more than 4 decades of experience. He is an architect from IIT Roorkee, graduated in the year 1976, which is now more than 4.5 decades. So during his long professional career, he has dealt with various types of architectural projects and urban scale projects, including institutional and educational buildings, laboratories, residential complexes, commercial and industrial establishments, warehouses, and all other typologies of buildings. He has also served as a esteemed jury member for various thesis projects, design competitions, on the jury of IIA and Arcacia Awards for Excellence in Architecture, JK Architects Award of the Year. Then also the prestigious competition organized by Government of India on National War Museum, which is now built next to the India Gate. He has also been involved passionately in academic activities, has been a faculty member at Chandigarh College of Architecture way back in 1984, and working with a visiting faculty with lots of colleges in the Delhi NCR, and finally retired as a professor and director of Noida International University School of Architecture. So we welcome you, sir. And last but not the least, he has also been the president of Indian Institute of Architects, and also in the various positions with other organizations like SARC, UIA, Arcacia, and so on and so forth. So we welcome you, sir, in the event. So, sir, the second speaker for the day will be Ms. Deepika Tuteja. So, sir, would you like to call her for presentation? No, sir, she's online, sir. Yes, sir. So, Ms. Deepika Tuteja is a practicing architect for more than 35 years of experience. And her work has majorly been into consulting and designing of various types of building. And specifically from the year 2014, she is into area of sustainability, communication, media, client engagement, team leadership, the CSR activities. And she is also the founder of an online magazine which is called In Awe, means Indian Air, Water and Earth. It's a e-magazine promoting and cultivating sustainable architecture. She is also the national vice president of WICI, that is Women's Chamber of Commerce and Industry in India. And she has also been given the best sustainability initiator of the award, which is Time to Leap Awards. So, sir, she will be presenting now. Yes, sir. Yeah. May I request IT team to give her the presentation rights, please? Deepika ma'am, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, please.
Okay. Yeah. So, good morning. Mr. Devekush, would you like to say something and before I start?
Deepika ji, you can start your presentation and then we'll have some panel.
Actually, the session chair is willing to listen to all of you, and then he will be summing up all the session entirely.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So, good afternoon, everyone. I would first like to thank Amity University, Dr. Amit Hajela, Director and Domain Head, Amity School of Architecture and Planning, and Dr. Charu Nangia for inviting me for this conclave. It is my pleasure today to talk about a very relevant topic given to me, on which I have been working for last couple of years, and I'm taking this forward on an international level too. Co-creating solutions with multiple stakeholders. This is almost the last, but not the least session, as all the other sessions and the subjects which have been talked about were actually, if you think that they were in concentric circles of priority, like lighting, tourism, last mile connectivity. So I would start with building partnerships, as cities around the world are trying to get back from the pandemic, they are faced with more complex urban challenges, such as the growing impact of climate change, aging societies, and economic uncertainty. Pandemic has taught us all many lessons. The first being that, the world has become smaller with technology, as we are experiencing now, that my in-person presence was not possible due to circumstances, and I'm here with you. So that is one of the lessons. But the other main being that health is directly proportional to nature, or if I may say, it is indirectly proportional to the carbon emissions or devastation created by us. Habits need to change. It is in this context today I'll present my work that highlights the role of proactive partnerships, action-oriented, in helping cities become more resilient against emerging issues. Also, to understand various challenges faced by the society, like in the last session, Mr. Vikas Chandra said in the end that to identify urban issues, problems, and to find solutions with technology. But what I'm going to present is not actually related to technology. It's a self-created planning problem. For example, where is my place to walk? That's the slogan I'm working on. Where is the place for women, the safety, security, and all this points ultimately to health. No place to walk means more vehicles and more carbon emissions and thus pollution. And the happiness quotient and the index depends upon all these factors rather than the factors or the topics that we've been talking about. Since neighborhood is the smallest atom in the city, if we can create solutions as constants and have the existing parameters as variables, we'll be able to create a model. So I'm today presenting a case study of a neighborhood that is a town within a city of Delhi. This initiative is for all of us and aims to create a sustainable model that can be replicated. This project started with the citizens' participation by getting their responses on multiple choice questions based on the local issues. So I'll be sharing my presentation now. Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am. You can see a green button, a share screen button.
Yes. This one side.
We can see you, but not the presentation.
This one side. Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible. Please continue.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about Saket, where I live. So I chose Saket as a study because, as I said, the happiness quotient and the happiness index is very important and it affects your life overall, whether it's your professional or personal life. Why Saket? Once I said that I'm a resident here. Another, it's one of the South Delhi neighborhoods, which is a self-sufficient town within a city. Now, the way it has been planned, this slide shows that, what are the main components of Saket. It's a well-planned neighborhood. So we have 2 metro stations. We have PVR complex, and then we have mall. We have all the hospitals on this Press Enclave Road. And if you believe me, there are about 6 schools on this J Block Road. Now, 6 schools in a residential area were planned by urban planners, which perhaps was not foreseen that what havoc they would be creating. Similarly, like the metro stations, what we were talking about, yesterday in the mobility issues, in one of the presentations, I heard there was that last mile connectivity. When the metro stations are planned, the last mile connectivity issues are not being planned, because as my slides will show you that what kind of problems are created in a neighborhood. So this is what the I'm showing with the pictures, that what exactly the character of the roads are. So if you see, if I start from here, that J Block Road with this picture showing that there are vendors on the pedestrian paths. The dhalaus are overfilling and spilling on the roads. Same you can see here on Pramod Mahajan Road. This is the PVR complex where the parking is spilling onto the roads. So on to the next slide.
Ma'am, we are only seeing the first page where the text is written.
Oh, why is that?
It's not moving, ma'am.
Can you see it now?
Ma'am, we are still seeing the text file. It's a PDF file.
Then you can see PDF file. There's a topic. I can see why world. Yes, now.
Can you see it now?
Yes, now you can see.
Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, now is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Ma'am, if you put it on full screen, it will be great. Slideshow mode. Ma'am, it's at the bottom, the third button at the bottom.
Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So this is the character of the area which I'm talking about. This is a study, is a research project, and we are in talks with the authorities and all other agencies, policy makers. So this is the state of affairs, and this, why I'm talking about this is because this is happening in each and every neighborhood. So why a neighborhood has been taken as an atom of a city? Because if one neighborhood is, brought to a level that it can be replicated, the solutions can be replicated in other neighborhoods, and then only the smart city would come into being. Smart is not only technology, smart is way of living and better quality of life for the residents. So this is how you see that the pedestrian paths have been taken over by private residents. The parking is spilling over onto the roads. And if you can see the autos, they are the problem of the last mile connectivity from the metros to the residential area. So this happens throughout this arterial road, that the women and other people have to walk on the roads, whereas the pedestrian paths have been taken over by shops. So this is another picture that shows the J Block market. So this is, as I said, the dhalaus are overspilling onto the road where nobody can walk. So this is the activity. I would also like to acknowledge the participation of WRI in this with us. PWD from the department did the topographical survey for us, and World Resource Institute, the colleagues from there helped to devise this solution for us. So now you can spot that in one neighborhood we have 3, 6, 9 schools. So you can imagine that between the time 1 to 3 o'clock, nobody can either enter Saket or get out of Saket because schools close between 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. So the residents cannot either come out or go out anywhere in case of emergencies. Like in the last session, Mr. Vikas Chandra was saying that, the technology about the ambulances and creating of green corridors. When you are stuck in traffic here in Saket, even if there's an emergency and the Crescent Road is lined with hospitals, nobody can reach that hospital even if there is technology, unless these underlying aspects and the issues are solved. So these are the commercials. These are the hospitals and temples, recreational sports complex. So the issues to be resolved, this has been taken from the master plan, that street improvements is something which is part of the master plan, that as per street designs, regulations for accommodating informal activities, the vending and no vending zones shall be clearly demarcated. So improving public spaces, public life on streets. Streets occupy approximately 20% of the total land in Delhi. Existing streets shall be incrementally retrofitted to serve pedestrians and cyclists better. So this is exactly what our mission and aim is for each neighborhood. Pedestrian walkways and footpaths shall be provided mandatorily in new development areas. Other strategies for improving, for promoting active travel is tactical urbanism. And that's what we are in talks with the authorities, that whatever our solutions are, if we could do that, tactical urbanism is, trying out for a few days that how things work temporarily and then take it to the next level. Citizen engagement, all concerned departments, agencies may design awareness campaigns and public engagement strategies for proposed projects. So in our case, all the residents, as I said, it started with sending out the forms with multiple choice answers, and we got about 140 responses. Based on those, 99.9% were in favor of pedestrian paths and cycling. So the intent is, sorry, I have to go back. I don't know why it is. Sorry, I think there's something which has just give me 1 sec. I think I lost my.
Yes, ma'am, you need to share it again.
Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I was here. I'll not put it on full screen because it was not moving in the other direction. So the intent, what I was saying was the references and the guidelines is a 15-minute walk neighborhood, which is a practice now being done in most of the countries. It started with Paris, and that's how it has been spread to other countries as well. And Saket is a perfect example of 15 minutes walk. So that's the references and guidelines have been taken from the integrated streets for Delhi, the mobility and accessibility, safety and comfort, and ecology. Key focus areas of the master plan are mobility, last mile connectivity. So the vision, Delhi vision from 2041, foster a sustainable, livable, and vibrant Delhi. So all these aspects have been taken into consideration. Key focus areas for the master plan, vision and goals will be achieved through 6 objectives: prioritizing environmental sustainability, moving towards low carbon mobility, citizens and other stakeholders play a critical role in managing pollution at the local level. References and guidelines have been taken from Unified Traffic and Transportation Infrastructure Planning and Engineering Center, the Street Design Guidelines. The concept is this, that we have traffic moving, we have place for cyclists, we have place for pedestrians. So this is a typical area requirement. This is this drawing given to us by PWD. So this is one of the schools on the main arterial road where this is the situation that all the vendors, informal vendors, are on the pedestrian pathways. And as per the guidelines, we don't want to disturb them as a part of informal economy. So we are proposing creating of another footpath right in front. Only the legalized vendors to be staying there because they are part of the infrastructure. They provide security. They also provide vibrancy to the street. Without this local economy, there is no vibrancy also on the streets. And when we talk about safety and security, they are the essential part of infrastructure, but only the legalized one, the authorized ones. So, and we are also proposing on one side the footpath, which is like where this, you can see this one. This is retained as footpath and we are retaining the trees, but we are creating another where this car is parked. We are creating, proposing, not creating, I would say proposing to have a cyclist path here and on the both sides. And even then we are left with enough wide road as per the street guidelines to have two-way traffic. And also as part of the proposal, this road has 6 schools, as I said, which close at the same time. So when you enter Saket, this road is full of students walking on the road. There's traffic, there's vans, there are school buses. So it's not safe for anyone. So the part of the proposal is to close this road between 1 and 3 for motorized vehicles. So references and guidelines for the plants and trees. Again, that so that we don't want to disturb the underlying soil. We want water to penetrate. So this again is this is the main intersection. This is the arterial road, and this is one road which connects Mehrauli-Badapur Road to Conclave Road. And this arterial road goes up to J Block, and there's another road which connects the same Conclave to Mehrauli-Badapur. So these junctions have been taken over by vendors. So it's, if you enter Saket, and if I live here in E Block, so even if I don't find traffic anywhere else, like I'm happy that there was no traffic on BRT on some lucky days and I have to enter Saket, it takes me 45 minutes to cross this red light and come inside my residential area. So that's where as I said, the happiness quotient just goes for a 6. So this is what we are proposing. I have a meeting in a couple of days where we are going to take this up with the authorities, the tactical urbanism, that whatever the solutions are, if we can practice it temporarily for a fortnight, this is in line with how WRI does in other cities. These are some examples from around the world of tactical urbanism. How you try it out for a few days, see how the traffic moves, how the pedestrians are, and then make it a permanent solution. This is another example, the bollards. This has been done with bollards, the cycling tracks and the pedestrian paths and how the traffic moves. So, citizen participation as per the master plan requirement. So, with the schools, we would like the children to participate. There's some infrastructure street design proposals. The references and guidelines, as I said, to reduce heat island effect and stormwater management. And taking this further on to the international platform, which is my organization, I with another architect, young architect, architect Misha Mittal, she's based in Dubai. She's working in the Expo City, Dubai. So we have formed a council of women in built environment. You know, the women architects who go to other countries beyond their country of origin, what challenges they face, as I'm heading also the Wiki National Council as a vice president. So we are looking at challenges of women architects based in India. But this is a step forward by us, me and Misha, to because my background, which did not say that I lived in Nigeria in my early years of career, for about 10 years, and I could very much relate with what Misha mentioned about the challenges women architects face when they have to leave their country of origin and go outside. So a little about Vibe World. It is an initiative which we are bringing together women from across the world. So our mission is to promote inclusion, diversity, equity, and individual growth in the international markets by creating economic opportunities and support frameworks within the built environment domain. So moving ahead on our mission, we have started this research opportunity with a view to study neighborhoods across the globe on certain set parameters. These are geographical location, impact of local climatic conditions, infrastructure facilities. Does it come under 15 minutes neighborhood? Pedestrian friendly considering the local conditions, traffic management system, green cover, urban local policy, and density of population. And if there are any design interventions necessary, like in our case, in Saket, there are design interventions which are necessary. So based on the individual studies, the participants through presentations and panel discussions will converge on constants as solutions. The solutions will become the constants, and the variables of the local issues will be the variables. So this will help us to achieve a converging model to be followed as a sustainable neighborhood. So we've already received, our maximum number was to have 7 people on board. So we have 7 women from across the globe who are going to be researching on their neighborhoods, and then we'll be concluding it in a seminar. We have 1 from Poland, 1 from Netherlands, 1 from Dubai, 2 from UK, and 1 from Australia. So it's going to be a very interesting study of, variables, like what issues, each one based on the geographical locations. And actually, the main issue is density of population and local infrastructure. And then we'll be converging on solutions as the constants world over. So thank you very much. With this, I'll stop my.
Thank you so much for your presentation, ma'am. Very knowledgeable and insightful. And your efforts are really commendable. Due to the shortage of time, we may keep our questions till the end of the session. And now I would like to call our next speaker for the session, Mr. Tanaji Chakrabarti. He is a very senior economist having more than 3 decades of research experience in the domain of urban economics and urban economic dynamics, sustainable urbanism and development. He has been a visiting faculty at leading national and international institutions, just to name a few, University College London and SPA Delhi. And he has also written considerably on India's urban futures, cities, and sustainable habitats. Mr. Chakrabarti, I hope you are listening to us.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay.
So I just started the video, so hopefully you'll be able to have a quick view. So I request for the presentation to be started, please.
Yes, sir. We are sharing the presentation.
So good afternoon to the chair, to co-panelists, Dr. Hajela and the entire faculty of ASAP, and also to the students. I will, the moment the presentation comes on, then we shall move to that per se.
Sir, can you see the presentation?
I cannot, on my screen, I cannot hesitate yet. But if you can.
Sir, can you see?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Can you please make it full screen? Fit to the page, please. Yeah. So, first of all, thanks to ASAP and especially to Amitji, Professor Hajela, for persuading vintage economists and urbanists like me who have kind of withdrawn to come and share their some of their views on what is happening and what could be the outcomes. And also, I think congratulations to Amity as well as ASAP and the entire organization for putting up such a platform. It was long overdue. And essentially, I think there is huge merit in having such meaningful discussions on the way forward. My presentation is extremely short, and I am doing this presentation on behalf of a small collective that we run, which is known as Trans Himalaya Collective. It has a few like-minded professionals from various design and fields and across the world. And essentially, we study the impact of urbanization on foothill towns as well as the entire Trans-Himalayan region. But given our antecedents of 30 years almost working in urbanism, we use those principles for ideation as well. So this is a conceptual presentation. It is a different take from most of the presentations. Some of the presentations were excellent, but it was a different take from most of the presentations and looks towards developing a framework, a conceptual framework for implementing some of or a lot of the solutions that have been talked about. I think one of the issues is that as urbanists, as planners and designers and architects, we have kind of become habituated in working in our silos. And I think the time has come to get out of those and start thinking in a unified way. Next slide, please. That's the very short, structure. Can we come to the imperatives? Next slide, yeah. As all of us know, and as all of you would see and live through this experience of living in a big city and facing these problems, this actually is the air quality from yesterday. Today is no better. Our Professor Arun Kumar, who's the Shukuma Chakrabarti professor at CESP, wrote in his 2013 book that beyond a point, metropolitan agglomerations, when they start growing exponentially, the diseconomies of that agglomeration overshadow the economies of that agglomeration. Now, for the sake of students, I'd like to explain that when there is agglomeration, when there is aggregation, there are certain benefits that accrue due to that aggregation. However, when the sizes become exceptionally large, then the problem of just keeping everything together becomes so complex and so diverse and so expensive that then certain diseconomies
typically what you see over here is not included in economic models per se. So in classical, neoclassical economics, these two instances would be taken as externalities. However, in modern economics, these are now being increasingly incorporated. But I think more than that, as individuals, as human beings, to live through such aggravation, to live through such unhealthy environments, one, is a shame, and two, is absolutely not warranted. Hence, the imperative for all that we are discussing today, for all the initiatives that need to be taken, is actually far more urgent, far more burning than any one of us can even imagine it to be. Next slide, please. A lot of our experienced urbanists in the room, on the stage, etc., would remember that there was a national Delhi National Capital Region Planning Board study. In fact, the first report that was done probably in late 90s, which suggested something called counter magnets to Delhi. I think it was a visionary study. It was a study that kind of had envisaged the kind of growth that was in the offing, and thereafter had proposed that satellite string of satellite cities across spread across the Delhi NCR would act as counter magnets to this entire agglomeration and congestion which is happening within the limits of Delhi municipality and Greater Delhi. However, at that time, probably the time had not come. Today, it's a very different scenario. And it is important for that concept or concepts like those to be revisited and revisited very, very significantly, because there is an opportunity which has come in by way of regional mass transport. Till the era of Delhi Metro itself, we were talking about multimodal intra-city, and to a limited extent with the near suburbs RTS. But now with the RRTS, which the lines of which have been shown, all the references to the pictures are given. These are all sourced from the internet. It shows very strong connectivity, high-speed links to the first one, which is supposed to start to Meerut. The trial runs are almost over. The second is also, and increasingly it is almost mapping the kind of cities that were envisaged and including some more. Yesterday we heard that Bharatpur was also included in the NCR region. So this particular opportunity is a great platform on which the entire concept of decongestion, of de-agglomeration can be thought about. Next slide, please. And it is not that it is without precedence. These are maps of mobility and of the region of Mumbai and the Greater Mumbai and the greater metropolitan agglomerations around Mumbai, including Vasai Virar, Thane, Kalyan, Navi Mumbai, as well as places like Pune. As of today, Mumbai itself is working like a multi-centric city. No longer does one only need to go to Nariman Point or Cuff Parade for offices. There are office clusters across the city, and almost by magic, this has also been kind of replicated in a lot of these smaller towns, cities, either planned like Navi Mumbai or by default like Vasai Virar or Thane or Kalyan and the rest, and even extending sometimes up to Pune, which is allowing a certain amount of mobility. And thankfully, Mumbai has always been blessed with good suburban railway networks. And now this entire question of metro rail being integrated and also high-speed connectivity to the region. The other precedent, which is very important, is at the end of the day, we have to realize we are talking about people. We are talking about human beings. Cities are about people. And why do people come to cities? They come to cities because where they are located in their smaller town and districts, the opportunities do not seem that, alluring, or the kind of services that they would require, whether it is for education, whether it is for healthcare, whether it is for professional skills, are not usually available in those areas, and hence they would relocate to the city. But I think the pandemic gave a beautiful alternative model whereby people who could not afford to live in the city without an income actually went back to their homes, and that could be Meerut or Moradabad, wherever, and were trying to engage with the city, or were trying to engage with their job on a digital platform, much like as I am doing, sitting very far away from where you are, but it has brought a certain amount of connectivity and seamless connectivity. So these are the two precedents to keep in mind before we go to our concept. Next slide, please. This is the concept that we have ideated, and request a little bit of acute observation. If you can read it, it's fine. Otherwise, I can read it out for you. At the center is what we call the mobility axis. So the mobility axis, which is the opportunity that we discussed in the flip opportunity, has three components. The first at the center is the RRTS, which is the infrastructure that is being put in. On the left is the digital high-speed connectivity, which, thanks to all the initiatives that are being taken by the governments and all the institutions and the private sector, has ensured very high-speed connectivity for almost at the most affordable rates in the world to every citizen in this country. And on the third side is the local mobility and transit interchange. Now, if we take this mobility axis to be the key enabler, then we need to shift our focus to the base which is already existing. And the base which is already existing is municipal services. Almost every small town, city, district town, does have a certain level of municipal services. There are utilities and service providers, power, water, electricity, gas. Of course, there is ULB governance of the district administration, and the excellent infrastructure that is being put up as part of the digital urban mission, as part of Amrut, and all the smart initiatives that have been taken. So this is a fabric that is already given. On top of that, we have the layer of the mobility axis. And suddenly we see that the smaller towns and the smaller urban clusters are not actually so far away that we had earlier envisaged them to be. And hence there is a possibility, and a real possibility of reimagining, the wonderful concept of counter magnets to the city of Delhi. Let us be under no misconception. The population of Delhi and Mumbai and our large cities is humongous, and it is going to grow. It is going to increase. There is no question about it. All the initiatives that are being taken for upgrading infrastructure, for improving roads, is all very well, but there is a cost that's involved, and that cost is humongous. Given the priorities that the country has in terms of providing all the necessities, urbanization costs, the funding gap is one of the biggest issues that anyone has to contend. So below the mobility axis, we come to the core infra axis. Now, the core infra-axis is what would allow and enable these smaller cities and towns to upgrade, not to become a Delhi. The idea is not to become another urban agglomeration, but to provide a level of service and to provide a level of infrastructure which is similar to, within inverted commas, what a worker or a teacher or a key worker would find in a larger city. The core infra includes renewable power, sanitation, solid waste management. We saw wonderful examples of sanitation, solid waste management in Amravati, which is excellent because it's a smaller city. We have sustainable water ecological systems, and this is not comprehensive. There are a lot of other things that could be included, including supply chains, etc. On the top of the mobility axis is the magic trick which transforms these smaller agglomerations into, again, within inverted commas, urban type agglomerations without the congestion. So these include health and wellness infrastructure, social infrastructure, which is school and culture, housing and built environment, and employment opportunities and human development. Two very important segments that have been put here, especially highlighting the need for providing jobs, not only in the higher value add categories, but across the spectrum of the jobs, as well as looking at human development comprehensively. Again, this is not comprehensive. This is just a conceptual framework which allows us to look at and try and appreciate that if there is a possibility of putting a unified approach in addressing this issue, given the constraints that we are working with. Okay. Can we move to the next slide, please? Now, these new are urban frontiers, which is what we have ideated, whether you call them urban, you call them smaller cities, you call them counter magnets, depends on the name you choose or the name you like. But we have to realize that sitting in big cities, we have kind of forgotten what our traditional cities look like, or what our traditional cities bring to the plate. And on the left are the strengths of some of these. Obviously, they are not, you cannot apply one broad brushstroke for all the cities to be like that, or smaller towns or district towns to be like that. But nonetheless, more or less, if you go to a smaller city, a smaller town, a district town, you would see a very strong inherent resilience. Now, at this point, I would like to highlight that a lot of the stuff that the Eurocentric dialogue or the West is trying to preach now is already existing within our traditional systems. If we are talking about zero carbon supply chains, it has been a way of life in it, except that they invented the disastrous supply chains, the huge boxes, and then now they are trying to come back to a sustainable supply chain. Let us remember, an existing building is always much more carbon efficient than a shiny new glass, platinum certified green building. Which is why internationally you see now a huge wave of retrofitting of old buildings, of recycling of materials. Hence, we should recognize, or rather rediscover, the inherent resilience of these towns. If we visit some of our family in smaller towns, I'm sure a lot of the students are from the smaller towns and cities and district towns. If you sit back and think carefully, there is huge amount of resilience, adaptability, and more importantly, it's a human scale. You know, today, if you drive into a Bombay or you drive into a Delhi, it is just a scale which is, beyond human. And what is the point of having such a scale if the human itself is, not getting the due water, power, air to breathe and to live? mean, at the end of the day, this entire question is about living. It is not about, designing cities. It is not the fancy of some designer that it should look like that. It is about living. Your lived experience is the most powerful urban experience that anybody can have. And I think that is the principle that's being adopted in the West. Interestingly, that was the principle that we used to and probably still, follow in the smaller towns and villages in this country. There is always a scope for expansion, very strong social networks, whether it's heritage related, whether it's a social fabric, whether it's culture related. Somewhere you have temple towns, somewhere you have, handicraft towns, etc. And some basic amenities are in place and incremental interventions do keep happening, whether it's, great initiatives from the local government or otherwise. But the riddle that needs to be solved, and that's why we have put it as to solve, is the financing, funding, and PPP gap. Even if these urban style services, and it's been deliberately in the model mentioned as urban style services and not infrastructure, because the moment the word infrastructure comes in, everything changes, the color of it changes. There are a lot of, models now, which is plug and play, just like your co-working offices or co-living. And hence, if we can start looking at urban services in that sense with service providers and vendors actually providing those services, then it's a different way to look at it. Second, of course, is planning for development. There is no question about the importance of planning. I have taught for almost 2 decades in some of the premier institutes, and planning is absolutely necessary. My only submission is that planning cannot be siloed. It needs to be multidisciplinary. It should have, various disciplines coming in, and that engagement is yet to happen. It is yet to happen. It is still a largely, a particular, maybe 1 or 2 streams coming together. The need for multidisciplinary planning, I think a couple of years back in the budget, there were some wonderful provisions that were given for doing centers of excellence for studies in urban planning, etc. And it is not just a planner, a designer, an economist. It needs to have sociologists, anthropologists, historians, also, conservation people. All the things that we can look at, educationists, gender specialists, etc., to address all these questions. The other riddle to solve is this in situ infra-augmentation, because an existing city or an existing town does face those challenges of augmentation while it's going on. I think several wonderful models have come across in terms of this in Mumbai with the MRTs being put in place, but also apart from the infra-augmentation, how does one infuse urban type services within these agglomerations to get it to that level? Finally, 2 very important. One is interdepartment coordination and interagency partnership. These have to be brought together at a phenomenal level because it is started definitely. The digital piece is, the digital stack is getting a lot of stuff. Excellent work has been done by Smart Cities program, by Amrut, Atal Mission, all of them together. However, a very seamless interdepartment coordination and interagency partnership is required. Most of the projects across the world rely on operating partnerships, not a single agency nodal kind of a model. So whether it's the Paddington Regeneration Partnership, it brings in rail track, it brings in metro, it brings in the various agencies of Greater London Authority, etc. And then they work on that region. And we are talking about now a regional scale for this. And finally, I would say a unified approach is very, very important, because unless and until we have a unified approach, all that we talk about is going to be in bits and pieces. And there are some wonderful examples that one saw yesterday in terms of the digital urban mission, where the starting of this can be seen. Next slide, please. Well, basically, this is a conceptual presentation. It has not been empirically ratified, and we do not hope to empirically ratify it, essentially because we are a thought leadership ideation platform. And last slide, please. These are the references that have been used in this talk. So I will close over there, and after that, if there are any questions and if the chair permits, then I'd be happy to answer. Thank you so much for patiently listening to this little talk that I had. It is more conceptual rather than anything absolutely prescriptive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for enlightening us with your conceptual framework on capacity building. It was very comprehensive and very intriguing. So our next speaker for the session is Ms. Aparna Kanodia. She's an architect and project management expert, having more than 15 years of experience into architecture and various projects related to hospital and school projects, and working on the project management aspects. And also along with the same, she's also into teaching the project management courses, project planning and management to the postgraduate students in School of Planning and Architecture since last 4 or 5 years. So welcome, Aparna ma'am. You can start.
Thank you so much. I would like to introduce myself, Aparna Ash Kanodia, and my own experience is mostly about executing buildings. So this is for all the students who are so sleepy, please pay attention now. It's for you. This presentation belongs to you, and it's entirely for the students. Whatever we have talked about today, Deepika ma'am has talked about improving local public spaces and local infrastructure, which is key to actually, defining the worth of the neighborhood. When she's going to come up with that survey regarding which neighborhood is lacking in basic amenities, the output is going to be entirely about executing those gaps, right? Whatever gaps come out, what will be the next step? The next step is going to be implementing. We would be actually talking about today how to implement all that is missing. And the topic is about capacity building, because ultimately getting all the urban infrastructure done lies on whose shoulders? The urban local bodies. And who are these urban local bodies? The municipal corporations, right? Whatever you have to do, you have to upgrade a street, you have to improve the basic amenities. Ultimately, it boils down to the effectiveness of how these are implemented on ground. Like Tanaji sir said about, funding, financing, interdepartmental coordination, and multidisciplinary planning. But ultimately, who's going to do all this? Again, the urban local bodies. The new initiatives taken by the government regarding digital and smart initiatives ultimately has to be executed. So let's see from this presentation what we understand about capacity building of the urban local bodies. Now, what is the importance of ULBs? The central government's role is to, prepare and develop policies like the Swachh Bharat Mission and provide finances. Like you can see, rupees 5,000 crores has been sanctioned in the union budget for 2023 and 24. Government role is to design strategies of how to implement them.
Delhi and Mumbai and our large cities is human concept of counter-magnetism.
So urban local bodies' responsibility is on ground implementation of the policies at the municipal level. Like you can see
Let us be under no misconception.
is Taraji sir speaking something? Sorry?
Sir, would you like to say something? No, ma'am, please continue.
Okay. The urban local body's role is on ground implementation of these policies. So you can see that the Swachh Bharat mission policy has been prepared by the central government. The state governments are designing the strategies, and the Indore, like you can see from MP, the Swachh Bharat mission under Indore, they are responsible for the on-ground implementation. So what do we learn from here? That the success of any policy ultimately depends on the efficiency of the ULBs in implementation. Next slide, please. So there are municipal corporations for more than 1 lakh population, municipal councils, which are lying between 25,000 to 1 lakh population, and municipal committee, that is town panchayat, that ranges from 10,000 to 25,000 population. Now, there are two key things to be learned from this slide, that the 74th constitutional amendment in 1992 actually gave constitutional validity and has empowered the urban local bodies to perform the basic 18 functions. The next slide, please. So what are these functions? What are the ULB supposed to do? These are the 18 functions listed in the 12th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Okay. Urban planning, land use and construction of buildings, planning for economic and social development, roads, bridges, water supply, public health. You can see the list goes on. Slum improvement, urban poverty alleviation, parks, maintaining the playgrounds, burial grounds, crematorium, cattle pounds, registration of births and deaths, street lighting, parking lots, and public convenience, and finally the regulation of slaughterhouses and tanneries. So all that has been discussed are to be executed by the urban local bodies. Okay. So the challenges faced by the urban local bodies. So despite all the goal settings and structural transformations, all cities are grappling with many challenges, and they are mostly due to lack of appropriate resources and human capital. So what is missing? Every system is there, but the people who are to do the jobs are missing, either in terms of quantity or in terms of quality. So we don't have the right people to do the right job. So they all the ULBs are actually suffering from with limited human resources, and along with this, there is a lack of diversity. Now, what do we mean by diversity? So which kind of workers we have in the ULBs? Students? Is anybody aware of the Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation or the Noida Municipal Corporation? What does the team comprise of? Which kind of people do we have? Please find out. So the lack of diversity means the kind of interdisciplinary knowledge that is required to do a particular job is missing, right? So capacity building of ULB is critical to achieve not only the sustainable development goals, for all the basic infrastructure that needs to be executed. Now, till date, the capacity building of ULBs has not received adequate attention. It actually is affected due to staff shortages, technical skill deficits, frequent transfer of key officials, and many state governments are yet to formalize their municipal cadre systems. So what is municipal cadre systems? How you recruit the staff. What are the requirements? How many people are required? What is the qualification? And the process to recruit them. Staffing norms, systematic skill upgradation strategies, that is for training. And the training programs are held which are intermittent, that means they are done once in a year or maybe 6 months, and they lack long-term vision because the implementation of the training module is never monitored. And it is also limited to routine administrative aspects. The opportunities for regular and comprehensive knowledge building in terms of urban management is extremely limited. Now, there are new initiatives by the government, and therefore there are new requirements that are to be done or executed by the ULPs. So the new initiatives are the National Urban Governance Platform. It is designed to deliver municipal services through benchmarking indices. So what are these benchmarking indices? Municipal Performance Index, Ease of Living Index, Climate Smart Cities Index. So how do you take or calculate or even find out the prerogatives of these performance indexes? So to realize the potential of these indicator-driven national urban frameworks or to apply such monitoring systems to achieve the SDG targets, it is essential to focus on the augmenting of the comprehensive urban management capability. The current municipal corporations urban management capabilities have to be ascertained to achieve whatever we are talking about in this platform. So since I come from the project management background, let's get knowing what does capacity building mean under project management book of knowledge, which is PMBOK. So if you see, project management means initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and closure. To plan, we have to plan for all the 10 aspects that are written down here. We plan for time, we prepare the schedule, we plan for the budget, quality, human resource, how many will be required, are going to be required, what capabilities are required, and then plan for communications, risks, procurement, stakeholder, scope, and finally, integration. So let's see what is there for us under human resource management. It talks about, if you see under human resource management, under planning, it talks about preparing a plan for human resource, then acquiring and developing them during execution, and finally monitoring and controlling what we have planned for. So project human resource management talks about planning resource management. It defines how to estimate, how to acquire, and how to manage. So when you have to estimate for any project, we can't do it without having the knowledge of what is to be executed, what is the timeline, and how much is the budget. Then acquiring the resources is about recruiting the staff as per the staffing management plan, which I'll be talking about after this. Once you have prepared the staffing management plan, developing the team, identifying the roles, authority, responsibility, and competence of the entire team, improving their competencies through training, and finally managing the team by tracking the performance of all the team members, resolving their issues, and also identifying the changes required and recognition plan, appreciating the team's hard work and replacing the team which is non-performing. And finally, the controlling the resources. Now, what do we mean by controlling? It is ensuring that the resources assigned are available as planned. Now, this is the critical issue when I have gone through most of the municipal corporations' performance, that there is a huge vacancy and the people required are not there for the job. So monitoring the deviation from plan versus what has been deployed and performing corrective action as necessary. So let's see what the staffing management plan looks like. If you see, let's take any project, and we all know a project has various stages. So if you see, the overall duration is 30 months, out of which first 1 year, that is 12 months, is for design, and 1.5 years is for construction. So there are various people required to do the project management for this kind of project. Now, when we calculate how many people are required in terms of staffing management plan, you see the kind of people required. Project manager is required for the entire duration, the coordinator, but the procurement team is required, the violet line, the procurement team is required only for certain months to do the tendering and the award of the packages. Whereas the construction team is required for during the construction. The civil team, which is consisting of the assistant manager and the supervisor for the civil, and the MAP as well as the final quality and safety managers are required for the entire construction period. So this also tells you the amount of money that needs to be arranged to have such a staff. See, each of the cell is representing the cost that is associated with having such people and their salaries. So when we total this up, for 30 months time period, the project management cost comes out to be 1.75 crores only for this project. So it needs a lot of funding and understanding also. So the staff selection process currently in ULB is actually initiated through only ad hoc hirings, and the appointments are made by the state public commissions through Group D examinations. And the major issue is that the eligibility criteria is not specific to the project requirement. It is only graduate in any specialization, and therefore the focus should be on acquiring staff with the specialist knowledge, project management, financial management, urban planning, etc. The government has taken many initiatives regarding process re-engineering of ULBs, in which setting up of 5 Indian institutes for urban management, building and reforming municipal cadres, that is the staff selection process has been improved, and it also gives opportunities for lateral hiring of professionals in the field. Also on training the service officers with urban specialists, and creation of a reform and performance management cell. So if you see, the reform and performance management cell as per JNNURM is going to be comprising of all these team members, which includes municipal finance specialist, the solid waste management specialist, PPP specialist, etc. The cadre management in MP has actually, they have executed it and deployed, in fact, 278 engineers in a span of maybe 6 months to fill for the gap. The success story of Indore Municipal Corporation in realizing the Swachh Bharat mission is also commendable, and it is also possible only due to effective resource management, including the funding as well as human resource management. They have effectively managed their staff. They have incorporated, the basic systems like the Aadhaar link biometric attendance system. They also have the evening and monitoring deployment of Safai Mitra. Then disciplinary action against sweeping staff, like about 650 temporary sanitary workers were terminated because they were not performing. So unless you apply the basic human resource management principles, none of the projects or the actions or the plan that we have prepared can be ever successful. So these are actually some glimpses through what are the new things that are coming up. You see, Saharanpur Development Authority is also appointing consultant for vision implementation strategy and integrated infrastructure plan. There also, they are taking specialists on board, the urban planners, as well as, for infrastructure planning, market analysts and economists, inputs for further development. Then there is another model of capacity enhancement need assessment done by Andhra Pradesh government, and they have prepared this entire steps for achieving, identifying the capacity enhancement activities, and also how to prepare, understand what are the capacity assessment needs, and finally, how much training is required. This is the process flow. And finally, before ending, I would like to highlight the CAG performance audit on the functioning of the urban local bodies, which is done very recently. So if you see the example of Haryana, the manpower assessment for ULB is not assessed. The significant vacancies exist, and ULB has neither adopted any mechanism to prepare training need analysis. So these gaps are current, and these need to be addressed for all our projects to become successful. Now, these are similar. This is again talking about the agencies who are supposed to actually fill all these posts, and there is no gradation given and no system being followed. Now, this is to highlight the functioning of ULBs with limited powers. As per the constitution, they are supposed to do 18 functions, and you see the full authority is available only for maintaining the burial ground, crematoriums, registration of birth and death, regulation of slaughterhouses and cattle pounds. The rest of all the functions which the ULBs are supposed to have full authority is entirely done by specialist agencies. So there is a very strong recommendation by the government and CAG itself that the state government needs to take decisive action in order to translate the vision of achieving decentralization into reality. And this can be done only when we strengthen the ULBs for the execution power, and that cannot be done without strengthening the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I now request our session chair, Professor Divya Kush, to kindly share his own thoughts on this theme and some of the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Ajela and other colleagues, and good afternoon, everybody. This conclave on sustainable development for the NCR is a very important and timely initiative by the Amity University. But important thing is to understand what is sustainable before we discuss how to go about it. To my mind, sustainable development is one system which generates little over what it needs. Any system which consumes more and produces less is not sustainable. We have to produce little more for the monsoon season also. When there is rain, you don't go out for work, so you should have enough bank balance with you in terms of resources. So that is about the sustainable development in nutshell to my mind. How to go about it? The key factor in this is the human resource. Unless the human resource is well prepared for all the exigencies of a sustainable development, it is not possible. And how do you do it? You don't do it overnight by producing doctors, engineers, and on one hand, on the other, roads, transport system, and so on. You have to have a mindset wherein you start living in a sustainable manner. And that has to start from your childhood. And that brings to the central issue of basic education. Unless our planning is focused primarily on the basic education and health of the nation, other things will follow suit. If I am basically well educated, that means I am prepared to be a useful and good citizen. Other things will follow. Knowledge can be acquired. Wisdom cannot be acquired. Wisdom is something which comes either from experience or from certain basic traits which you inherit from your earlier generations. Lot has been done by planners and bureaucrats and politicians and the citizenry of the country in the last 75 years. But lot more needs to be done. Often, when we go out, we have complaints about, everything failing. Everything is not failing. But yes, it is not performing to the standards which we aspire for, and for which we have to create a pool of human resource, good infrastructure which is sustainable, and we produce more. I am sure over the last 1.5 days, earlier panelists have given a lot of their, well-researched thoughts to provoke particularly the students sitting behind, because they are the future of the nation and they have to carry forward this movement of sustainable development for their own good and for the future generations to come. Today, Deepika ji gave a lot of insight on, creating solutions with multiple stakeholders and so on and so forth. And she also pointed out that pandemic gave us an opportunity to come closer through internet and all that. We had the luxury of being together online, which is much easier than being in a hall. You have to travel, this, that. So that is there. And important thing she talked about, the women's safety in the built environment. There are many other things which we have already heard. I am not repeating everything, but one thing I notice, a proportionate share and a dignified share in public spaces and public amenities has been long denied to our women, our half the population, for a long period of time. It's time that we wake up ourselves to this pressing need. We must be sensitive to this need that we have 50% population, which is female, who have been contributing to the growth of the nation silently without complaint. It's time that we wake up to this situation and provide them with the due and dignified share of public spaces, public amenities, and all that we have with due respect to the better half of our population. Chakravarti Sahab also talked about capacity building, and he talked about the capacity indices, which include human development, health and wellness, digital connectivity, social infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So all these are technical things. I'm sure you all understand them very well. And finally, Apurva ji talked about importance of capacity building in terms of role of urban local bodies. Urban local bodies are not empowered enough, and if they are empowered, they are not able to understand the power they have. And therefore, their role has to be central now on, so that the grassroots level is well involved in the growth of the nation. Top to bottom approach seldom works. Unless we start from bottom to top, the pyramid is complete, the foundation is strong, and therefore we have to strengthen our local bodies, only in terms of the powers they have, but also in terms of finances, also in terms of the confidence we place in them to be able to execute the plans our senior planners and other deciding bodies, policy making bodies have for the growth of the nation. With these few remarks, I once again thank the Amity University for inviting me to this forum, and I'm sure the deliberations of the 2 days will lead to something very positive in times to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. Charu Nagia to kindly felicitate the panel. Felicitation for Architect Divyakush, sir. The session chair. Divyakush, sir. Ms. Aparna Kanojia. As we know that 2 of our members are online, so may I now request Professor Dr. Hitabita Ghosh to accept the felicitation on their behalf. Professor Tanaji Chakravarti. Architect Deepika. Architect Deepika Tuteja. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. So now, after the end of this session, I would like to thank our platinum sponsors, the team of Jaguar who are sitting here with us. We have a small audiovisual presentation from them. May we have the presentation now? This conclave has a tremendous support from Jaguar since yesterday onwards, and it was never possible without your tremendous support. Thank you so much, the entire team of Jaguar. It's just being shared in a minute. Thank you, Team Jaguar. Our director and domain head, Professor Dr. Amit Hajela, to kindly felicitate the Jaguar team. And may I also would like to call upon stage Mr. Rupesh Kumar, the head of Jaguar team, present with us. May I request the entire team to join on stage, please?
On behalf of the Jaguar team, and thank you so much. And your support, training us to encourage your valuable and your support. The entire team Jaguar team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Team Jaguar. May I now request all the dignitaries and all the esteemed guests to join us for the lunch, please. All the students are requested to join back in the hall after 30 minutes. Thank you. मतलब मेरे तो रिलाइज पहले हो गया लेकिन जब आपने बोला था मुझे और ज्यादा लगा तो आप भी बोले
यही है हमारे 6 में से जो
the process and they can change the system. No guarantee for distribution of wealth and power equally, though there is no assurance that there is something like material incentive, but still they take part. So this is the ultimate form of participation. Now, if we look back into the history of participation in Indian context, in the ancient period, pre-colonial period, we can see different types of examples of people's participation in developmental activities.
starting from Indus Valley civilization, you can see the water management. We can trace the evidence of people's participation in the water management techniques. That was way back in 3300 BC. After that, in the Vedic period, also the mass participation and decentralization in the decision making of village affairs, including direct control over villagers' natural resources, that we can find in the history in the Vedic period. And after that, in Jagadhri system in the Mughal period is also a form of participation by people in the developmental process. But during the colonial event, this community participation system got affected adversely, because the Britishers, they did not want this type of all their decisions were started going to be centralized. So self governance at the grassroots level was disturbed. Aim of the British government was centralized administration. Insignificant role for village panchayats adversely affected control over natural resources, resulted in drastic changes in the livelihood of the local community, especially for rural people. I think there is some time constraint. I'll quickly go through the slides. As far as Indian context is concerned, as far as policies after independence, we can have 4 phases. Phase 1, 47 to 60 after independence. Here we can see in the government policies very limited role in people's participation in housing. And in the next phase, 60, in the 60s, urban management institutions and national housing finance structure was recognized, and programs involving community participation began to attract attention for the first time in the 60s. And in the next phase, in the 70s, policymakers realized the reasons for failure of housing programs largely due to the fact that people did not directly participate in them. This is the policymakers who could recognize this need of this people's participation, but still the people's participation at this phase was very, very minimal. In 80s, formal sector efforts towards the development of housing sector and infrastructure started, and 90s onwards, a role of government became, from enabler to facilitator, and greater role of private sector, community participation introduced. Like shelter, Shashu NRY under Nehru Rozgar Yojana in early 90s, National Slum Development Program in mid-90s, and JNNURM in mid-2000s. And community participation law was introduced in JNNURM, but unfortunately that could not take off. But a law was introduced because the government felt that this is the need of the hour to have an efficient housing delivery system. The participation of the people is very much essential. Now, if you see other policies like National Urban Housing and Habitat Policy 2007, there in so many places you will get the reference of people's participation. I have just extracted only those portions, like role of central government act as a facilitator or enabler. Similarly, role of state government also act as facilitator or enabler. Role of ULB, Development Authority, Housing Board. Here also to develop capacity building through training, to devise capacity building programs at local level, to promote participatory planning and funding based on local level stakeholders, to promote residents' welfare association for operation and maintenance, and to check encroachment. Role of banks and financial institutions, to promote self-help groups for mobilizing savings and playing a significant role in housing finance sector, to encourage potential EWS LIG beneficiaries to form cooperative group housing societies. These are all related to participation. Then JNNURM reforms also, it is this community participation was emphasized in the general scheme itself, which was launched in 2005, to involve women for ensuring their participation in formulation and implementation of housing policies and programs. This is emphasized in the National Housing Policy. To promote participatory planning, to carry out periodic revision and master plans with wide public participation, to encourage especially designed slum improvement programs with a participative in situ slum rehabilitation approach, state and union territory level policy and plan to indicate concrete steps for motivating, guiding, and encouraging a participatory approach. So these are the all points. These are the points which are highlighted. Now it has come for 2 minutes. Anyway, so these are the highlights of the National Housing Policy, which talks about participatory system. I'll scan through all these things where community participation, like in phase 2, 70s and 80s, this community participation was a minimum scale, and now here principles of community participation in housing. The key areas where community participation in housing are mainly required, that is broadly I have given this heads. The key areas of community participation: number 1, the site selection; number 2, choice of materials and methods of construction; next, planning and layout of site development, design of houses, construction activity, upgrading and maintenance. Then principles responsible for successful community participation, what are the factors which affects the community participations, like leadership, community engagement, collaboration, evaluation and adaptability. I'm not going into details. Now I have through case studies and literature study, I have identified certain factors which affects or influence community participation or people's participation in housing, and if these factors can be controlled in a positive way, then efficient housing delivery system can be achieved through proper public participation. Very fast I'm going through these broad categories. There are 5 broad categories. One is resource specific, which is specific to resource, user community specific, agency specific, program design specific, and environment specific or external. Now this 5 categories have some sub categories or sub heads, which are the factors under, like for resource specific, the resource centrality, resource scarcity, gestation and uncertainty, excludability. I'm not going into detail. User community specific, awareness, values and beliefs, socio-economic structure, organization and leadership, economic status, prejudice against women, agency specific, locus decision making, delegation of financial and administrative power, and qualities of agency personnel. Program design specific, program objectives, program instruments, program benefits and their distribution. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh. Very nicely brought out the partnerships potential in housing. Now I have to request Ms. Alka Aryaji to share her views on bottom-up approach in development. This is a very important area for sustainability and participation.
Ma'am, let me just introduce. Yeah, We have Ms. Alka Arya. She is the Director in Planning and Development at Delhi Development Authority, preferably working in the South Delhi as well as the NCR Planning Board region. And she has a qualification of Bachelor of Architecture from IPS Academy Indore, Madhya Pradesh in 2004. She has also done Masters in Regional Planning from SPA Delhi in 2006. She has worked in a renowned MNC Cushman and Wakefield, Gurgaon for over 4 years. She also represented India in India-China Technical Exchange Program in Shanghai in 2007. And she has joined Delhi Development Authority in 2009 as Assistant Director in Planning and currently posted as Director in Planning. In tenure of DDA, she has worked in important projects of Dwarka, Rohini, Land Pooling Policy, Transit-Oriented Policy, Master Plan of Delhi 2041 preparation, and also handling the South Delhi area as well as the NCR area in the region. So I welcome Ms. Alka Arya ma'am. Over to you.
बच्चों 15 मिनट मुझे दीजिए, प्लीज गेट डिटैच्ड टू योर सेल फोन्स. आई अश्योर यू आफ्टर 15-20 मिनट्स I'll definitely be trying to add something. आप इस हॉल से जाओगे तो आप जरूर कुछ लेकर जाओगे, क्योंकि ये मेरा दायित्व बनता है और मेरे जैसे सभी चेतन तत्व जो हैं, whatever they receive or decipher through their experience, ये आगे बढ़ाना हमारा कार्य है. और इस कार्य में, इस कर्तव्य में, I thank Amity for inviting me here. And Amit sir especially. So I'll try to address this session through a two-pronged approach. One, sharing with you all whatever I could decipher or gain in a short span of my services and understanding the stream of planning. And secondly, how those outcomes can be translated onto the ground. इन दो विषयों पर मैं आज अपनी चर्चा प्रारंभ करूंगी. Now, let me start with asking you all. See, it's a very important question. How this seems to be when you have 100% literacy rate in an area, 0 neonatal death rate, 100%, 100 years of age expectancy, 0 lifestyle diseases, production surplus. Mr. Kush mentioned sustainable society is one who gives a slightly higher than the requirement, than the consumption. We have a production surplus, flourishing economy, 100% employment rate, 0% crime rate. We are just adjacent to Delhi. I'll not defame it. How that sounds? The key, the answer to such a scenario is a well-planned Vedic village layout. Now, please allow me to explain how. One can refer to the work of Professor Nilanjan Lal Mangla, who has worked extensively on Vedic village, town and city planning, which takes a lead from Samrangan Sutradhar. That's a documentation done by Rishi Vishwakarma. The same Rishi you rightly got, Vishwakarma Puja jo hum sab manate hain. Ye Rishi jo the, he was a Vedic scholar of planning and designing the architecture of the towns, cities, the layouts of connection, and much more than that, beyond that, because they used to then have health also into architecture, economy also into architecture and planning. So the first verse, please take my attention. First verse of the Samrangan Sutradhar mentions that the human beings are having a very dearness to comforts, riches, special achievements and offsprings. So the human beings are open to science exploration, that is special achievements. They are demographically evident, and demographically they want their offsprings, the praja, to be flourishing. They want comforts, that's ease of doing business and all kind of economic upgradations. So when a human being needs all this, when we understand we all need all this, the 4 pillars, how it can be attained? The answer is the village layout. I mean, can you see the importance of what you're studying? The degrees that you're gaining, the planning basic, the architecture basic is the key to attainment of these 4 important attributes of human existence. The ratio he mentions in a country for a village, town and city is 1:4:16. That can go in a much larger scale as 1:20:40. That means for a 20 village, there will be a town. For 20 towns, for 40 towns, there will be one city. 16 to 40 towns, there will be one city. How crisply and how mathematically this has been laid. The shape of every village needs to be precisely a rectangle, none other than that. A precise rectangle with a grid fashion of development. We all read Lee Corbusier, Chandigarh, we all understand, and that has been laid thousands years back by our rishis, that yes, grid pattern is the best pattern for a smallest unit of settlement, smallest participatory unit, that is a village. The size is also mentioned to be 1/4 क्रोश by 3 by 8 क्रोश. अच्छा, आप सब लोगों ने ये कहावत सुनी होगी, नहीं? लोकोक्ति कहते हैं, कोस कोस पर पानी बदले 4 कोस पर बानी. So the क्रोश that I'm mentioning here, that's the unit of measurement used by our rishis, our mentors. यही वो कोस है, उसका अभ्रंशित रूप है. So the size of a village, medium-sized village, is 1/4 crores to 3/8 crores. That translates to a metric system of 600 meters by 900 meters. Approximately, मोटा-मोटा लोगे 54 हेक्टेयर का एक medium-sized village होना चाहिए. न इसके ऊपर न इसके नीचे. ऊपर oversize जाने में क्या होगा? All the problems that we learned from all the stakeholders, the learned people who shared their experience. आप administratively control नहीं कर सकते इतने बड़े-बड़े areas को. The communication or the propagation of information becomes very, very difficult. So the smallest unit needs to be of this precise size. Village छोटा, बड़ा, medium range में हो सकता है. Medium size का जो जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, जिसका मैंने size अभी बताया, जो 54 हेक्टेयर का है, ये 20,000 population it can hold. And the plots that will be carved out of this village will be 64s, 8 by 8 grids में, each having 200 square meters of plot area. कहते हैं 200 गज का मकान है, sufficient to live in. अभी देखो आप दिल्ली में कभी एंटर करो, दड़बों में इंसान रह रहा है. फिर आप उससे एक्सपेक्ट करते हो कि क्राइम रेट कम हो, उससे आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हो कि फुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट वो दे पाएगा ऑफिस में या पोटेंशियल में. मुझे आज सेशन स्टार्ट करते हुए आपका अटेंशन चाहिए था. So, the stresses around us doesn't lead us to pay our full attention or potential. एक क्रोश 2.4 किलोमीटर्स का होता है. एक क्रोश को अगर आप ट्रांसलेट करो मेट्रिक सिस्टम में, so it's 2.4 किलोमीटर्स. दो विलेजेस के बीच की जो एरिया होगी, the distance between the two villages has also been laid out very precisely to be 5 kilometers. And between these two villages, there will be a dense reserve forest called as Dandakaranya, जिसमें आपके सारे wild animals रहेंगे. And then we talk of आज coexistence with your fellow beings, coexistence with nature, coexistence with wildlife. मतलब आज हमें zoo में जाके ये सबको देखना पड़ता है. पहले जो वैदिक villages होते थे, उनके बच्चों को ये idea होता था. हमने कहानी भी सुनी है ना, सिद्धार्थ शेर के दांत गिना करता था, because they used to reside very near to their natural belongings. Now for a nation, a medium-sized nation, the number of villages needs to be 5,384. I'm giving you facts and figures. It's not key, it's from somewhere, from the air. Researches have been done on this extensive. The smallest nation will have 1,500 number of this sort of village. The large nation will have 9,154 of such kind of villages. एक राष्ट्र में इस अनुसार 7 से 8 ही मात्र शहर होंगे. And when I say so, I say it with full responsibility that a nation beyond these number of cities will not be able to survive for long. इसलिए ही आर्यवर्त ये एक राष्ट्र कभी नहीं था. जो आर्यवर्त देश था हमारा, ये कभी भी एक राष्ट्र नहीं था. It was a combination of 7 to 8 countries, 7 to 8 nations. आपने सुना होगा कटक राष्ट्र, मगध राष्ट्र, कोंकण रीजन, ये भी राष्ट्र था. और इसके अलावा मालवा, ये रीजन था, ये भी एक राष्ट्र था. ये सब इकट्ठे होके एक आर्यवर्त बनते थे, जो फिलीपींस से लेके यहाँ आगे अफगानिस्तान तक फैले हुए थे. और इन सारे 8-9 नेशंस का फिर एक चक्रवर्ती सम्राट हुआ करता था. तो वो एक राष्ट्र नहीं था, उसको कहते थे महाराष्ट्र, जो 7-8 नेशन से मिलकर बनाओ. Such a good division of administration. how participatory it is. Now, allow me to take you to the chapter 31 of the Sambrangan Sutradhar, where the village layout has been clearly mentioned. This 64 grid plots का जो layout होगा, वो अपने चारों तरफ एक रोड से घिरा हुआ होगा, जिसको हम पेरिफेरल रोड कहते हैं. अब ये मैं डीडीए से थोड़ा सा रिलेट करना चाहूंगी. जब हम डीडीए में आए थे और हम लेआउट प्लान्स देखते थे पुराने विलेजेस का, तो मैं फिरनी रोड सुनाई देती थी. आई एम होप्स पांडे सर आपने भी सुना होगा फिरनी रोड. ये हरियाणा पंजाब के गांव के आसपास एक सर्कुलर रोड होती थी. ये विलेज का एक मैंडेटरी पार्ट है विच प्लानर्स आर मिसिंग. देयर नीड्स टू बी अ बाउंडेड फिरनी अराउंड द विलेज और द स्मॉलेस्ट यूनिट ऑफ डेवलपमेंट. आज हम गलती क्या कर रहे हैं? सेंसस में 2 घर भी होंगे, विलेज डिक्लेयर हो गया. 10 घर होंगे, विलेज डिक्लेयर हो गया. नो, यू हैव टू मेक दोस पीपल शिफ्ट टू अ नियर बाय सेटलमेंट. तभी वहां वो 2 घरों में क्या क्राइम हो गया आपको पता नहीं चलता. उसने क्या इकट्ठा करके रखा हुआ है, इट्स डिफिकल्ट टू एडमिनिस्टर. सो इस विलेज के चारों तरफ एक वॉल होगी. पहले एक रोड होगी जिसको हम फिरनी कहेंगे, उसके चारों तरफ फिर एक वॉल होती है. एंड दिस एड्रेसेस योर सिक्योरिटी पॉइंट कि भाई ठीक है, आपको वाइल्ड लाइफ का इन्वेजन नहीं हो रहा है, किसी तरह का और इन्वेजन अगर आता है तो यू आर सिक्योर, योर विलेज इज सिक्योर. एंड दैट वॉल हैज पेनिट्रेशन from all the 4 sides to lead to what? The next level is a green agricultural land. It's 250 meters precise rectangular strip all along your village where you can produce your grains. आपको बहुत दूर से सोनीपत से इंपोर्ट नहीं करना पड़ रहा, आपको फरीदाबाद से धान नहीं लाना पड़ रहा. आपके आसपास ही वो एग्रीकल्चर लैंड है जिसमें आप उगा सकते हो अपना ग्रेन. अच्छा, मैं आपको एक और चीज बताती हूँ. ये जो एरिया है ये कम है धान और वीट और बहुत सारे पल्सेस. अभी तो आपने मिलेट कॉन्ग्रीगेशन भी सुना होगा. सो इसके अलावा भी बहुत कुछ होता था जो हम एग्रीकल्चर लैंड में उगाया करते थे, मगर दिस वाज लेस. व्हाई? बिकॉज आफ्टर दिस एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड का रेक्टेंगल जो स्ट्रिप है, देयर वाज अ वाटर बॉडी. वाटर बॉडी जिसको, ये देखिए बड़ा सुंदर पार्ट है विलेज लेआउट का. आप समझो, इफ यू कैन डिजाइन, ऑल यू प्लानर्स, प्रोबेबल प्लानर्स, थिंक इन दैट वे. एक मैंडेटरी वाटर स्ट्रिप ऑल अलोंग योर विलेज, एट्रीब्यूटिंग टू 3 फैक्टर्स. पहला, कीपिंग योर विलेज मॉइस्ट, मॉइस्चर रहेगा उसमें, सो प्रेसिपिटेशन एट राइट टाइम, रेन्स विल फॉल एट राइट टाइम. यू हैव अ फॉरेस्ट कवर 2.5 किलोमीटर्स को ऑल अराउंड, तो बारिश वैसे वैसे होनी है. दूसरा, इट एड्स टू योर एस्थेटिक्स ऑल्सो. आप लोटस पॉन्ड बनाइए, उसके ऊपर ब्रिजेस बनाइए, लोगों को आवागमन का मौका हो, आने जाने का. तीसरा, इस पे सिक्योरिटी. आप क्रोकोडाइल्स, वाइपर्स और ये डाल दीजिए, इन्वेजन विल बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट. एंड आफ्टर दैट द लास्ट स्ट्रिप, last strip of development would be your the last strip would be your cattle grazing area. अभी शहरों में बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये होती है कि यार आए दिन ये कैटल्स दिखते रहते हैं, क्या करना है इनका. And in a Vedic village layout, they were so nicely placed that the entire surrounding area, which is very near to the nearest forest cover of yours, is being taken care by the cows, oxen, horses. The number is also given for a village, small size, medium size village of 20,000 population. 20,000 आपका cows और oxens का number होगा और 500 आपको घोड़े. ये आपका cohesive है, ये coexistence है. आप सोच होंगे मैम यार ये एनिमल पावर और एनिमल एनर्जी की तरफ लेके जा रही है. बिलीव मी, यू इन योर नेक्स्ट 4-5 years you would be meeting people, listening to scholars, going through the articles where the energy consumption will have to be reduced down through the use of animal power. I'll explain you how. So this was the entire, I could say a cross section of a village and its periphery area. Now, what it gives you easy administration. The 5 questions I asked you, or the scenario I gave you at the very initial of my talk. easy administration, easy control, less of theft, propagation of information timely, controlled crime rates, accountability, fruit-bearing plants all around, clean air, milk, ghee, so that it lessens the burden on agriculture. You know, आजकल जैसे हम लोग थोड़े young, आप लोग सब young बच्चे हैं, and I can see smart females. So हमने क्या किया हुआ है? रोटी एक कर दी है, चावल आधी कटोरी. You know, grains पे हमारा ध्यान कम है. मिलेट्स में और आ गया कि चलो ठीक है, एक फिर मल्टीग्रेन की कोई पूड़ी सी खा लेंगे, और देन उसके ऊपर बड़ा सा मक्खन रखो और खाओ. आपको किसी शेयर बटर की लगाने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं, बिकॉज आपका भोजन इट्स अ टॉनिक. जो आपके आसपास कैटल है, जो आपको घी, दूध, मलाई, मक्खन दे रहा है, इट्स अ टॉनिक टू योर स्किन, टू योर ब्रेन, टू योर जॉइंट्स. पुराने टाइम के लोगों में उनको कोई वैक्सीन वगैरह कराने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है. आई एम जस्ट रिलेटिंग टू यू ऑल कि सोचो ये को एग्जिस्टेंस का हमारे ऋषियों ने कितना बढ़िया एक मैनेजमेंट बना रखा है, जो सालों से चल रहा है. ये भी 20-25 साल में खराब हुआ है इन्वेजन के बाद. ब्रिटिशर्स स्पेशली, मुगलों ने भी इतना हार्म नहीं किया. उनको पता था कि भाई इनका एक स्टाइल है जीने का, ये अपने कैटल्स को अपने साथ रखेंगे. इन्हें समझ में नहीं आया अंग्रेजों को, यार ये वो थोड़े डॉग लवर्स थे, वी वर काउ लवर्स. उनको समझ में नहीं आया व्हाई दे आर काउ लवर्स. द सेकंड major reason for this cattle rearing and breeding along the village was वो हमारी जैविक खेती में बहुत. जैविक खेती means the cow dung, which is a waste for today's generation. Do you know chemically, जिसने रसायन शास्त्र पढ़ा हो या जिसे इसमें इंटरेस्ट हो, काउ डंग में
Yes, ma'am, you are holding it right.
chemicals होते हैं. I'm loud enough? Good. Am I loud enough? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Shall I say? Yeah, sure. I'll try to conclude. Yeah. कुछ ऐसे केमिकल्स होते हैं इसमें जिसके बारे में आपको बाहर के यूरोपियन कंट्रीज के रिसर्च पेपर्स मिलेंगे. पता नहीं क्यों वो हम भारतीयों को डिप्राइव करते हैं इस नॉलेज से. दे आर प्रोड्यूसिंग A2 टाइप ऑफ मिल्क और हमें कहेंगे कि भाई तुम भैंस का दूध पियो. चलो मौसी लगी गाय की, बट द न्यूट्रिटिव वैल्यू ऑफ अ काउ इज वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम एनी अदर काइंड ऑफ मिल्क, एंड स्पेशली द मिल्क दैट इज बीइंग प्रोड्यूस्ड थ्रू मशीन्स नाउअडेज. सो ये सब उनके पास है. जो एक केमिकल कॉम्पोजिशन है उसकी, उसको मॉइस्चर रिटेन करने की हाईएस्ट कैपेसिटी है, द केमिकल दैट इज देयर इन द काउ डंग. इसलिए ये जैसे था कि भाई ग्रेस करते हुए अगर जा रहे हैं तो सॉइल के ऊपर एक ऐसी परत रहेगी जो मॉइस्चर रिटेन करती है, और उसकी ड्यूरेशन भी रिसर्चर्स ने बताई है, साल भर तक वो मॉइस्चर कंटेंट बराबर रखेगी, सॉइल का भी और उसके ऊपर भी उसकी सतह पर रहता है. So this was a kind of symbiotic relationship we used to have, that is the participatory thing. अभी हम coexistence की बात करते हैं, see how beautifully they used to be, that used to be there. Now, I'll again emphasize on a small portion of animal power. One can refer to the work of Radha Vallabh Tripathi, taken the lead from Kautilya Arthashastra. 4 bullocks in a duration of 8 hours in a day can produce 10.8 kilowatt hours of power in a day, in a single day. I repeat, 2 bullocks in a day when they work 8 hours, 10.8 kilowatt hours. और अगर एक किसी विलेज में 20,000 गाय हैं, मान लो 5,000 मिल्किंग हैं, तो बचे हुए क्या होंगे? बुल्स एंड ऑक्सेस. तो आपके पास फिर भी 15,000 का ये है. उनमें से चलो कुछ बूढ़ी हैं, विल नॉट बी क्रूअल टू एनिमल्स, नहीं तो लाइक कोई कहेगा कि भैया आप इनको दौड़ाते हो. नो, दे आर एक्चुअली ये उनका काम है. कोई कहे कि भाई मैं ये पानी ना पीऊं, ये कंज्यूम हो जाएगा, नहीं इसका ये गलत कर रहे हो मैम, आप पानी ना पियो. पानी का ये कार्य है आपकी तृष्णा को मिटाना. ऐसे ही एनिमल्स का ये जो थे, अभी भी हम हॉर्स पावर यूज कहते हैं, नहीं, हॉर्स पावर का इंजन है, तो वो शक्ति के लिए ही जाने जाते हैं. मनुष्यों पर था कि उनको प्रेम से रखते, खिलाते पिलाते, न्यूट्रिशन देते और उनसे अपने कार्यों में सहायता लेते, अपने वेलबींग में, अपने रहने के लिए, अपने विलेजेस के आसपास. So 2 bullocks can produce this
5,000 bullocks in a day can produce 1 megawatt of energy. I repeat, 5,000 bullocks in a day, 5 megawatt of energy, which is much less than a power plant. I think equivalent to a 1 megawatt power plant, sufficient to sustain a village with reduced energy demand. Now we are talking of sustainable development. आपकी energy demand ही कम हो गई. Now what these bullocks will do? Firstly, they are smart, intelligent engines. कहीं accident है, नाला है, कुछ है, they will stop. What they will do is, और हमारा distance भी ज्यादा नहीं है, 5 किलोमीटर है या 2 किलोमीटर का है, तो आपके bullocks वगैरह सब रह सकते हैं. हमने ग्रिड में बताया कि सेंट्रल एरिया जो होती थी वो ब्रह्म स्थान माना जाता था, उसमें कोई कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं होगा. इट विल बी फॉर एयर, फॉर सनलाइट टू कम, कांग्रीगेशन सेशन. और ग्रिड में रथ चलाने के लिए, चैरियट्स चलाने के लिए बिगर आर्टीरियल रोड्स हुआ करती थी. सो द डिस्टेंस इज सो नाइसली प्लेस्ड कि आपको 2 किलोमीटर रथ चलाने में या हॉर्स बुलक्स चलाने में कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. सो व्हाट दे विल डू, दे विल ट्रांसपोर्ट द ग्रेन्स फ्रॉम द फील्ड्स टू द स्टोरेज एरिया. दे विल हेल्प यू इन इरिगेशन, दे विल हेल्प इन ऑयल चर्निंग जिसे कोलू भी हम कहते हैं, milk transportation, fruit transportation, and whatnot. So your energy demand have reduced. The Firni and the water channel around it have reduced your temperature manipulation. जो हम करते हैं कि भाई artificial ठंडा कर देंगे, artificially गर्म कर देंगे, उसकी demand आपकी कम हो गई है because of animal power. And this implication is very well stated in a factual. See, I repeat, I want your attention that the energy or the oxygen consumed by this animal power is much less than by a car while doing the same megawatt of energy, producing the same megawatt of energy through burning of fossil fuel. Now tell me, does your economic work that way? हम सोचते ही नहीं इस डायरेक्शन में. हम पेट्रोल जलाए जा रहे हैं, वो एक ऐसी संपदा, डीजल एक ऐसी संपदा जो हमारी ओन नहीं है. We don't look, we planners don't see कि कुछ ऐसा भी हो सकता है एनर्जी का सोर्स जो रिप्लेनिशेबल है. अगर आपको, मैं अपना सेशन कंक्लूड करना चाहूंगी सिर्फ ये बोल के कि अगर आपको ये विलेज लग रहा हो कि पुराना बैकडेटेड एग्रीकल्चर एंड एनिमल वाला है, आई एम सॉरी टू से दैट इन दिस विलेज द लेआउट इज सच that the scholars, the teachers, even with the smallest scale of 2 people, 10, 100, 1,000 gives or decipher Vedic knowledge to the youngsters from the age of 8 years till they are 25 minimum. They are entrepreneurs, वो पढ़े लिखे समझदार civilized citizens निकलेंगे यहाँ से, और तब वो रसायन शास्त्र के ऊपर बहुत सारे शोध कर चुके होंगे. मेटलर्जी उनके हाथों में होगा. और हम अभी एटॉमिक बॉम्ब्स की बात सोचते हैं कि ये बहुत नया कोई कॉन्सेप्ट है. हैव यू हर्ड ऑफ वरुणास्त्र, हैव यू हर्ड ऑफ दिव्यास्त्र, अग्न्यास्त्र? ये सारी हाईटेक वेपन्स होते थे. सिक्योरिटी भी सोचिए उस समय पे हमारी कितनी एस्टेब्लिश्ड थी, और वो कोई ऐसा नहीं था जैसे हिरोशिमा नागासाकी पे गिरा तो सारी पॉपुलेशन ही तबाह हो गई और थर्ड जनरेशन भी अभी डिफंक्ट पैदा हो रही है. ऐसा नहीं था. They were aimed, जिनको अभी हम कहते हैं ना सेंसर्स लगे हुए होते थे. They were aimed missiles, they were aimed weaponaries. So इतना साइंस, इतना नॉलेज आप वो बेसिक यूनिट विलेज के अंदर होता था. अगर ज्यादा बड़ा लर्निंग सेंटर है तो एंटायर विलेज वाज डिक्लेयर्ड एज अ लर्निंग सेंटर. जैसे तक्षशिला, नालंदा, और बड़ा हो गया तो पूरे टाउन को डिक्लेयर कर दिया कि भाई यहाँ पे सिर्फ मेटलर्जी का काम होता है, और एक्सट्रैक्शन, तांबा, आजकल आप देख रहे हो तांबा इज वेरी मच इन. ये क्यों आता है, हमने क्यों त्यागा, आने की क्या आवश्यकता थी इसकी? ये तो रहना चाहिए था हमारे पास, हमें सेशंस में जाके बताना चाहिए था. प्लानर्स को पता होना चाहिए था कि नॉट ओनली डिजाइनिंग शीट्स एंड वर्किंग, ये क्यों हो रहा है, किस तरह के गेट्स बनेंगे, क्या मटेरियल यूज करोगे. उनमें तांबा, कांसा, लोहा द प्यूरेस्ट फॉर्म इज अवेलेबल विद अस, टू अस इंडियन वेरी मच. जम्बू द्वीप जो है हमारे पास, लॉन्ग बैक डेटेड. यहाँ देखने आते थे लोग कि ये लोहा जैसा पदार्थ क्या होता है, इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग होता है. पीपल यूज्ड टू कम, हमारे शिप्स बने होते थे लोहे से, इतने बढ़िया, जो रस्ट नहीं लगता था जिनको. सो while concluding this, I'm saying that the smallest unit of your development, of your planning, that is your village, is producing all that is sustainable, all that is kicking your minds, kicking your brains. मनुष्य बुद्धिजीवी है बच्चों, आप समझो. हम पशुओं से सिर्फ इसलिए ही अलग हैं ये हमारे इन चीजों को पढ़ोगे ना तो किक्स आते हैं दिमाग में, कि यार ये कर क्या रहे हैं और क्या किया जा सकता है, और आप फिर सेम एफिनिटी के लोगों से मिलोगे। मुझे आज अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली कि मैंने जो कुछ पढ़ा मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है आप लोगों के साथ बांटकर। हो सकता है आप अपने बच्चों से या अपने फ्रेंड्स से या अपने पेरेंट्स से जाके ये बातें बताओ। हो सकता है आपके पेरेंट्स उस फील्ड में हो, कोई ओएनजीसी में हो, कोई और मेटलर्जिकल उसमें हो, वो बताएंगे कि किस तरह का था। यू गेट इंटरकनेक्टेड। सबसे ब्यूटीफुल थिंग आर्किटेक्चर एंड प्लानिंग की है, वी आर मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी। आपको 5 years प्लान का पता होना चाहिए, आपको ह्यूमन एनाटॉमी का पता होना चाहिए, हम श्वास कैसे लेते हैं, कैसे निकालते हैं, साइज क्या है। मतलब आई लव माई प्रोफेशन क्योंकि ये इतनी चीजों को मिलाकर बना है, हर चीज का आपको थोड़ा थोड़ा ज्ञान देगा। सो प्लीज वेक अप, and I hope I was able to give whatever little I could gather in my very short span of learning. I'm still learning. It's just, I should say, 0.001% of what I should be doing to the society or gaining through it while sharing. So thank you very much. Thank you, Amity. Lovely audience. Thank you for patiently listening.
Thank you very much, Alka ji. Now we have limited time. So I will request Dr. Banishri ji to 10 to 12 minutes, and I will take only 7-8 minutes after that, and then we will leave some time for questions. So Dr. Banishri Banerjee ji will speak on roping in NGOs and CSOs. So over to Dr. Banishri ji.
Let me just introduce you. We have Ms. Banishri Banerjee. She is an architect, urban planner, researcher, and teacher with over 4 decades of experience in teaching, capacity building, participatory planning, urban land management for inclusive development. She works as an independent consultant and as a senior housing and urban management expert at the Institute of Housing and Urban Development Study at Erasmus University, Rotterdam, Netherlands. She is also an expert at UNESCO Inclusive Policy Lab of United Nations. And her major focus of work is in inclusive approaches to urban planning and management, particularly related to the poor. She has extensive experience in participatory citywide slum upgrading and researching on land tenure regularization programs. She has worked with the government and international agencies and NGOs, primarily in India, but also along in Egypt, Korea, Myanmar, Philippines, and Bangladesh. So this is a whole profile of Banishri ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Namaskar and thank you very much. Can you? Am I audible? Okay. And thank you very much to Amity University for inviting me. It's really my loss that I'm not able to be present among you in the auditorium, which is much more exciting than sitting alone in my study at home. So, and also apologies for not being there. Now, I will be talking a little bit about civil society and its role in governance with reference to Delhi. And as a context, I will begin with the definition of urban governance from UN Habitat. So according to UN Habitat, urban governance is the exercise of political, social, and administrative authority in the management of an urban entity. It consists of the many ways individuals, institutions, both public and private, plan and manage common affairs of the city. It includes formal institutions as well as informal arrangements, and very important, the social capital of citizens. It is thus a kind of a broader concept than government itself. So we can say that governance includes the whole range of actors within civil society. These may be community-based or grassroots organizations, NGOs, trade unions, religious organizations, and businesses, both formal and informal, which work alongside or in conflict with the various branches of government and government agencies, national, state, and local. I think Alka ji has had a taste of how civil society can actually work against an institution. In this context, civil society has been promoted as the institutional solution to people-centered, participatory, and inclusive development. And in a democracy, this kind of engagement gives a kind of a structure to the right and the responsibilities of citizens to participate and benefit from development and also hold institutions accountable. So if you look at Delhi, we basically have three types of civil society organizations. First of all, you have the non-governmental organizations, the NGOs, which are registered legal entities and include a wide range. Then you have the community-based organizations. Most of us know about the Resident Welfare Organization Association, which is one type of community-based organization. These may be registered or otherwise. And then there are membership-based organizations like the Institution of Town Planners, which are professional organizations or trade organizations. So, since Panditji has given a limit to my time, I will focus on the first two types of these institutions. So, talking of NGOs, according to the National Capital Territory website, there are 4,041 registered NGOs in Delhi. So, most of them are involved in education and health, followed by human rights, women empowerment, Dalit and minorities empowerment, running institutions for the care of children, elderly, and differently abled. Then there are microfinance institutions, vocational training centers, and we also have NGOs for legal empowerment, RTI support to citizens, and labor welfare. Significantly, there are very few but prominent NGOs which focus on issues such as environment, civic issues, housing, safety, and security. So a quick review of the work of NGOs in Delhi, which I was involved in about 5 years ago, showed that NGOs undertake their own development initiatives and provide services for the government sometimes. But they generally work on a small scale and with observed impacts at that particular scale. And they have little influence on wider decision making. So it's a matter of scale. Yeah, if they work small scale, you can't really expect them to have wider, influence. NGOs are often seen as kind of a panacea for anti-poor development, but the NGO sector in the NCR did not really directly emerge as contributing significantly to poverty reduction. But we can say that their contribution to poverty reduction is more kind of subtle and complex rather than giving direct impacts. But then there are exceptions to these observations. First, there are NGOs that have made significant contributions in advocacy, innovation, awareness generation, and influencing government to become more responsive in their own areas of work. Some examples which are pretty well known, and we all know of them, are Center for Science and Environment, CURE, Jagori, Safety Pin, Chintan, and so on. But there are others also. That doesn't mean if I name these are the only ones. Second thing is that a number of NGOs, they support grassroots initiatives to create structures and capacity of kind of unorganized interests, which might be to do with construction workers and so on, or community groups. These enables these groups to, increase their influence on political decision making, and thus, in that way, the efforts of the NGO is kind of scaled up through these grassroots groups. It is actually worth noting that in the case of Delhi, the informal coalitions and platforms that bring together NGOs, professionals, CBOs, and other groups, they have been rather important in the planning process. This strategy offers, it kind of offsets the disadvantage of small scale and enables effective action on common issues by otherwise kind of disparate entities. The prominent examples are Sanja Manch and Maybe Delhi, which campaign for civic rights, political participation in the city, and they flag up issues of poverty and deprivation and demand appropriate action from the government. Now, to this effort, media support becomes absolutely critical in this process. So these organizations have actively campaigned during the formulation of the Delhi Master Plan for 2021 as well as 2041. And in 41, the whole, because of the pandemic, they had to use very creative methods of working online, using a lot of print and visual media, and so on and so forth. But the question is, to what effect? To what extent did the master plan actually assimilate these kinds of efforts of these coalitions of civil society, which were based on consultative processes? Now coming to the community-based organizations, let us look at the RWAs, which more or less cover all residential areas in the NCR, both formal as well as informal. These are residence membership organizations, which have been active partners of local government for upkeep and development of the commons, like parks and streets and so on, within their boundaries, and also waste management. Some of them have come up with quite a lot of innovative ideas for waste management and also supported this whole sustainable waste management of separating, segregating waste and so on. They also serve as a kind of an accountability mechanism for service delivery by institutions. Now, just as an example, more than 400 parks in Gurgaon are maintained by RWAs and extremely well at that. So RWAs, they make their voices heard through several channels, such as ward councillors, direct representation to the civic body, and collectively through URJA, or the United RWA Joint Action. In the run-up to the master plan for Delhi 2041, all types of RWAs were consulted in separate groups, and as can be expected, the planned colonies came up with quality and standards issues. Their demands consisted of things like more parking space. But RWAs from JJ clusters, resettlement colonies, and unauthorized colonies came up with a lack of access to basic services. Yeah. For instance, if they don't have parks, so the issue of maintenance doesn't come up at all. So here, one sort of questions that having a voice in the planning process, having the opportunity to be consulted, does it not need to be followed up by access to basic services? And to what extent these consultations have actually influenced the master plan is a question. Or were there actually, activities for ticking boxes that yes, participation has happened? So that is something which is a question which we all need to answer. Now, Panditji, I'm going to sum up. So we see that the partnering of civil society organizations in the urban governance process brings tremendous value by strengthening the demand making by citizens and delivering services to them and raising questions on key development and governance issues. But then a lot of questions remain. First of all, how can the governance process be strengthened to take advantage of the participation of this large spectrum of civil society groups? Secondly, how can institutions at different levels of administration and democratic representation be strengthened to be responsive to the needs of citizens? And finally, how can it be ensured that civil society participation itself is equitable and representative and does not actually reinforce social inequalities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well within the time. I will also take much less time than allocated because of the paucity of time. And I will share some points on decentralization, which is given to me to speak. First, Delhi, the city of Delhi, NCTD. What we find, there is a multiplicity of agencies and overlapping of functions. For example, MCD does not have water. Water supply and sewage is handled by the state government of Delhi. Land is with the DDA. Slums are with Delhi government, not with MCD. Previously, it was with the DDA. So, roads are with all of them. In some part of the city, roads are handled by the government of Delhi and some parts MCD. So there is a greater issue of coordination, and a common man is finding it difficult to whom to approach. Who is in charge of city is a big question in Delhi, and that needs to be answered. So this coordination issue in Delhi. Now we come to Noida. Noida was created as per Industrial Area Development Act of 1976, long back. Now nearly 46 years have been spent on development of this city. And further we are extending after this Jewar airport, this process will continue. But unfortunate part is that the city government is not in place in Noida. There is no urban local body, and Noida is still, if you see the census, you will see it is a census town, not a statutory town. So the city government is lacking, and that participation from the people or the decentralization to the city level on governance issues is missing in Noida. Similarly, if we take Gurgaon, Gurgaon Municipal Corporation is about 14-15 years old, but just 2 years back, the process of transferring the colonies by DLF, by Ansals, by other developers started. If we go to Sushant Lok, for example, you will find stormwater drains are missing, roads are not properly paved. So the basic infrastructure is lacking, and it escapes our attention unless what happens, you must be remembering those who come from Gurgaon or live here also through newspapers. If when rains come, it is flooded. Many parts of Gurgaon are completely flooded when heavy rains come. So these type of issues of urban governance and management and decentralization of powers and functions are very important for national capital region, which is one of the most productive region in the world. But at the same time, fourth most polluted region, Delhi. Delhi is fourth most polluted city. Ghaziabad is also about seventh or eighth. So the whole region is posing a challenge, because when we are talking about Amrit Kal of our independence, after 25 years, you see India would be in the second position of GDP in the world after China. And then what will happen if the same system will continue? We will not be able to achieve our national vision, what the government of India is saying, to become a developed nation. If we want to become a developed nation, in that context, today's and yesterday's this 2-day conclave is very important, because the issues of sustainability of Delhi are not Delhi's issues, are issues of entire urban India. And Delhi also always guides the city's master plan. First it was prepared in Delhi, and then other cities got feedback from Delhi master plan. Similarly, 2041 master plan of Delhi is now giving focus on green-blue development. So these are very essential aspects which are emerging from Delhi. But coming back to my topic, decentralization, community participation is the key for decentralization. And what we normally see, this hills of garbage in Delhi is a big question. How to address that require people's willingness, people's awareness to segregate garbage at source, so that minimum garbage goes to the dumping site. Bengaluru, 56% of garbage in Bengaluru is not going to dumping site. It is processed. Kitchen waste is processed at lane level, ward level, or zone level. Similarly, garbage is segregated at garbage collection center at ward level in Bengaluru. So these type of initiatives involving community and NGOs, what Dr. Banashri ji said, needs to be taken up to see that India becomes a developed nation. And what our Prime Minister also said, the road to developed nation will be decided by cities. How the cities are managed will decide whether we become a developed nation in this Amrit Kal or not. In Bengaluru, last point I would like to share, Bengaluru has ward committee in each ward, different than the ward committee in Delhi and other towns. There, the ward committee is constituted by taking prominent one woman, one lawyer, one school principal, one community leader, 10 persons like this and councillor constitute a ward committee. And the ward committee prepare a micro plan for waste management. Micro plan for 1500 population. So then only they are able to 56% process 56% of garbage locally. So these type of initiatives, like the ward committee in Bengaluru, needs to be taken up in NCR region to see that it becomes a productive, inclusive, and sustainable region, and giving feedback and lessons to the remaining parts of the country in urban areas. So with this, I think I open house for questions to our distinguished panelists, Banashri ji, Ghosh Saab, and Alka ji, and myself also. So, questions?
Students, if you would like to ask any question, please.
Please ask whom you want to ask. You need mic to speak?
I have We have one question from the student. Mic chal raha hai?
So what will happen and how will we deal with our villages and what will happen to the limits of villages and agricultural land? Will we think of villages like maybe Japan thinks of it, where while preserving the essence or preserving the use, or will these villages that we decentralize will become urban villages? This is a very important question.
Can you repeat the question? Be clear.
Ma'am, my question is that when we are dealing with decentralizing Delhi, so how do we think of the villages which will come, say, between Meerut and Delhi? Do we aim to preserve their typology, their use, and their boundary, or will they change their essence and become urban villages? Because if they do, then it will be a great loss. And if we preserve, then how?
Absolutely. I completely agree to you. The nascent structure or the nascent ideology of a village should be retained. See, we are 70% agriculture, and that comes from the village and pasture lands. How it will be done, I have already explained in my session of 15 to 20 minutes. The question is, while decentralizing Delhi, we should focus on these villages retaining their character, utilizing the resources that are available with those villages and the surrounding areas, introducing more pastures, more reserve forest or artificial wooded lands, so that there will be precipitation at time, introducing water bodies to all these villages. If you have traveled to Haryana or say to Meerut area, you see or observe that all these villages of Indian subcontinent used to have a water body, जिसमें वो वहां से अपना बारिश का पानी इकट्ठा करते थे, पीने के भी काम आता था, एग्रीकल्चर के भी काम आता था. When the invaders came, they didn't understand कि इन लोगों को ये pipelines का system क्यों नहीं समझ में आता, ये वहां से ढो के लाते हैं, this, that. They couldn't appreciate the fact that this was a proper rain harvesting system. उससे आपकी खेती भी हो रही है और लोग चल रहे हैं तो उनकी मैकेनिकल एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, so that kind of things you have to go deep into, dig into. For example, हरियाणा के अभी भी कुछ घर ऐसे हैं गांव में जो मीथेन गैस से खाना पकता है, जहां पर which is more nutritive, because जो मीथेन आ रही है वो क्या करते हैं, अपनी जो कैटल्स होती हैं उनके पास उसका काउडंग पिट में एनारोबिक कम्बशन में रखते हैं, एनारोबिक उसका कम्बशन होता है, और जो मीथेन निकलती है उनके अवंस भी आप देखना. अभी अगर मैं आपको कहूंगी चूल्हा तो आपको लगेगा आंखें खराब हो रही हैं और इस काइंड का. नो, दे वर द प्रोसेस, जिनको हम कहते थे भट्टियां, बढ़िया बढ़िया भट्टियां होती थी, 5-6 उनके एग्जिट्स होते थे, उनपे आज भी खाना बन रहा है. सो सच एक यूनिट की मैं बात कर रही हूँ, एक परिवार की, एक जॉइंट फैमिली है जिसकी अपनी कैटल है, जो अपनी ऊर्जा खुद बना रही है, जो अपने वेस्ट को बाहर नहीं भेज रही. जैसे सर ने कहा था, आप वहीं खत्म कर रहे हैं वेस्ट को. जो आपकी फार्मिंग से आ रहा है वो आपके कैटल खा रहे हैं, पोषित हो रहे हैं, उससे आपको आपका भोजन मिल रहा है, दूध दही जितना आई मेंशन. सो जस्ट सी एट अ सिंगल यूनिट, go deep into it, the kind of building material they use, the kind of plaster they are using, the kind of travel they are doing. Go defecation ke liye they move a little, outside their house, which is a very good practice. To all you planners, in the coming times, you will understand that the water pollution is not because of the industrial waste and all, it is because of the excreta, the human defecation that is being mixed in water and given back to these वाटर चैनल्स. ये हमारी लाइफलाइंस हैं जिसको हमने इतनी गंदी तरह से, अमेध्य होते हैं ये पदार्थ, यूरिन, एक्सक्रीटा, दे शुड नॉट नेवर, ब्लड, दे शुड नेवर बी मिक्स्ड इन वाटर. इसीलिए पुराने समय पे सैंड से इनको कवर किया जाता था. दे वर सैंड पिट्स, बहुत ब्यूटीफुली. आपको विलेज सुन के लगेगा गांव, दे वर बेटर देन चंडीगढ़. जो उनका कैपेसिटी होती थी, उनमें एम्फी थिएटर्स होते थे, उनमें आपके कॉन्ग्रीगेशन सेशंस होते थे, ऑडिटोरियम्स हैं जहाँ पे ये सारे सेशन हुए. So I'll conclude with that you dig into these features of the individual villages, get knowledge out of it, translate it to the nearby villages, propagate it, talk to the organization which can implement it, maybe development authorities or जो आपका पंच है उनके साथ, and that can be done. I hope I addressed quite a long one.
Any other question? How many questions can we?
Hi, ma'am. My question is for you only. So you were talking about these rural villages. So I have a bit of an idea of what they look like. So what I am trying to say is ki I know the phenomenon of Laldora, where you can make anything you want because and they don't have to give the house taxes and all. So there are no rules and regulations. So don't you think ki, even if we're not paying taxes or something, but you should regulate their houses too? Because ultimately what you see is ki they develop into the slum. That's happening. Sir, what I'm trying to say is ki if we're
बेटे क्रिस्प क्वेश्चन पूछो, क्या प्रश्न है? बताइए बताइए, प्लीज खुल के बताइए, प्रश्न क्या है? क्या जानना चाह रहे हो? बी कंफर्टेबल. हाँ, सी एज आई अंडरस्टैंड, हाँ, ये दो प्रॉन्स्ट पे है आपका प्रश्न कि एक तो विलेजेस में भी क्या रूल रेगुलेशंस होते हैं, और अगर नहीं होते तो होने चाहिए आपके हिसाब से. सी फॉर दैट मैटर बिल्कुल होते हैं. जिस विलेज की अवधारणा हम रख रहे हैं, जहाँ पे वाटर बॉडी है, जहाँ पर आपका पास्चर्स हैं जो फॉरेस्ट के इतने पास है, जिसमें वॉल्ड एरियाज हैं, जहाँ पे कैटल है, इनमें आपको लगता है रूल्स रेगुलेशन नहीं होंगे? बिल्कुल होंगे. एक समय होगा, एक प्रणाली होगी, एक पनिशमेंट फैक्टर होगा, एक उसका एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर होगा जो वर्चुअस होगा. सो रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन डेफिनेटली होंगे. जब ग्रिड तक की बात हो गई कि पूरी एरिया 54 हेक्टेयर शुड बी डिवाइडेड इनटू 64 प्लॉट्स with retaining central area into a very open, green, no construction zone, dedicating 4 sectors or 4 grids to recreational activities, amphitheater, sports and all. तो इस तरह की all rules and regulations होंगी जो आगे के आने वाले समय में, अगर आपका प्रश्न है कि आज है कि नहीं, तो उत्तर है हैं. पंचों को ये देखना होता है कि भाई नालियां बनी हुई हैं और ड्रेनेज पैटर्न ठीक ठाक है. और जहां तक हाइट्स की बात है, क्योंकि ये पुराने घर हैं, थोड़े ऑर्गेनिकली बने हुए हैं, इस वजह से इनको तुरंत तोड़ के रीडेवलपमेंट करना उचित नहीं होगा. कुछ एरियाज में एक विलिंगली, जैसे हम दिल्ली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी में क्या कर रहे हैं, रीडेवलपमेंट स्कीम लेकर आए हैं, जिसमें एनी एरिया जो दिल्ली की अपनी भी है, विलेजेस तक अगर ना भी जाएं, इफ दे आर मोर देन 303 हेक्टेयर्स or 3000 square meters and willingly being part of coming into a redevelopment scheme, they are able to achieve higher FARs, the roads are properly laid, and then they can have the construction done over it. So villages में भी इस तरह के rule regulations हैं जो implement होते हैं. Urban areas में भी जो ये लाल डोरा areas हैं, उनमें भी इस तरह की activities हो रही हैं.
I think now the time has come to conclude, and on my behalf and on behalf of Dr. Banashri ji and Ghosh Saab and Alkari, thank Amity University to invite us and have this wonderful occasion to be here.
Thank you, sir. We had a wonderful session and deliberation about various aspects of participatory approach in planning. So now we move on to the felicitation ceremony of our guest speakers. So may I request Dr. Ritabrata Ghosh to felicitate our speakers? First, the session chair, Dr. K.K. Pandey. Now, Miss Alkaria, ma'am. May I request Dr. Charu Nange to please accept on behalf of Miss Banishri, ma'am, the felicitation.
Thank you very much.
So this is the end of the technical session. Now I request Ms. Preeti Mishra to take over for the valedictory session of the conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas sir. Towards the end of the partnership conclave valedictory session, we are honored to have Shri A.K. Jain sir, our guest of honor. I request Professor Dr. Amit Hajeda, please welcome Shri A.K. Jain sir. Ashok Kumar Jain, as Commissioner Planning with the Delhi Development Authority, worked on Master Plan of Delhi 2021, National Urban Transport Policy 2016, and National Urban Housing and Habitat Policy 2007. Through the MPD 221, he introduced the mandate of local area planning, special provision for informal sectors, transit-oriented development, conservation of heritage, and low-carbon development. He is an admitted citizen, Ministry of Rural Development, and honorary position of levels of Secretary, Government of India. He is also visiting faculty at School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. He has been a member of the advisory board of the UN Habitat 2007 to 2011 and worked on World Habitat Reports, Planning Sustainable Cities 2009, Climate Change and Urban Environment 2011, and Sustainable Urban Mobility. His writing and experience of 4 decades as a planner have been widely published. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Shri A.K. Jain sir to present keynote address for encapsulating the essence of the conclave. Welcome, sir.
Professor Aminji, with affection and with my long association with Amity University, which has become a very prime center for education in architecture and planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We take it with all humility.
I'm grateful to Dr. Amit Haleja, faculty members, and also the students for bringing me here and speak to you. It's always a pleasure to share my experience and my whatever little knowledge I have with the young generation. And I have been associated with the Amity University since its inception. And I remember Dr. Chauhan used to take my advice, what kind of course we should start, what should be the faculty, what should be the structure, from where we should get the approvals, etc. And this topic, I think this is a very timely topic which you have chosen on the NCR plan and what are the salient issues. And this reminds me why it is such an important discussion today. I was member of the committee constituted by the Ministry of Urban Development in 2015 on DDA, on the restructuring of the DDA, rethinking of the role of the DDA. And what we discussed, deliberated, and Madhukar Gupta was the chairperson of that committee, was that the master plans have become atlas or the portfolio of success and failures. Success is all right, but failures are very alarming. And there are a lot of gaps between what we plan and what is implemented. And we undertook a survey of how much master plan has been implemented. And we found that in certain areas of Delhi, master plan has been implemented only 1/3, especially Trans-Jamna area. 90% was the highest implementation of the master plan in NDMC area or New Delhi zone, and rest of the areas it was varying between 50 to 75%. So we gave a lot of thinking what to do about this process of master plan, which is a policy plan, and can we rethink the whole process of master planning. And because this master planning system came from the British Town Planning Act of 1946-47. And this was adopted in our own town planning acts, or the Delhi Development Acts, or NCR Planning Board Acts. And we mindlessly prepared 20-year master plans. The first master plan, which you have just heard, was notified in 1962, which was the first comprehensive integrated urban development plan for any city in India. And Delhi was the pioneer, and it was taken to the parliament just to give a lesson to other state capitals that you should also prepare the master plan. So it became a model for urban development. But looking back, as I said very briefly, we have had a lot of gap, lot of failures in implementation of the master plan. So we thought very deeply whether we need this 20-year master plan, because now our cities are in sort of ICU. We had COVID, earlier we had sometimes flood, disasters, we have all kind of problems of sanitation, shortage of water, shortage of green tea, everything. So whether we should continue with 20-year master plan. So we recommended that let it be only 5-year master plan in the form of strategic plan. We can call it a strategic development plan or local area plan, whatever you want to call, but the act does not accept these terms, so we can call it master plan. And the vision plan can be for 20 years. So within the vision plan, you prepare, vision plan will be only recommendatory plan, because we cannot visualize what is going to happen after 10 years, 15 years. And most of our projections in terms of population, in terms of environment, in terms of services go wrong, because the population growth is very fast in our cities. So we find that the ideals of past do not coincide, do not connect with the present. So for that, we have to have a different kind of strategy and more focus on the local area planning, local area, because every local area or ward or whatever you call a zone or sub-zone has its own typical, its own peculiar problems. Some wards may be very bad in traffic transportation or parking. Some may be having flood issues. Some wards may be having issues of sanitation or water supply. So we have to be more focused and go for this thing. Another thing which we find is that the issues which were never talked about, for example, climate change, was never talked about, and most of our master plan, our acts don't take this climate change or air pollution. Air pollution is again a new phenomena which is happening in big cities since last 10-15 years. Traffic congestion, then the issues of jobs, issues of conservation of the heritage, etc. They are very important issues which were never given much attention. So for this, we have to, if we have a master plan for 5 years, there will not be so much lack of accountability, because after in 20 years, all the administrators, finance people, or the government officers change, and no one takes the responsibility. So in 5 years, there will be some amount of accountability, and this requires a new capacity, a capacity building of the staff. Because with this fourth industrial revolution, that means ICT, with this all computerization and all these things, the things have totally changed. What we used to think and do about 20 years back, we cannot continue with that thing. It's all time of digital planning. And that also points out that most of the architects, planners, and engineers in our development authorities or in the government sector are having a very short shelf life. If they don't update themselves, and they are out of place, don't have the capacity to respond to the emerging issues, whether it's climate change or sustainability or whatever. So we have to be update ourselves. So one thing which was discussed very thoroughly, so should we go for privatization of planning process? And after a lot of deliberation, it was decided that privatization may not be a good answer. It may be a better option in terms of efficiency, in terms of financing, in terms of bringing new technology, innovations, etc. But as far as policy planning is concerned, and the ecology is concerned, the interface between the ecology and economy, the interface between the people and the localization, and these things, and the regulatory mechanism, etc. This has to remain the domain of the government. But private sector can only be brought in for construction, for new technology, for financing investments, etc. But two sectors which we were missing, which are very vital, is one is the education sector, research and development. So we always professed that if we are making a committee, in fact, we shortlisted 15 committees while preparing master plan for Delhi 2021, 15 committees on critical issues. For example, land management, traffic transportation, infrastructure services, or housing, things like that. And we constituted these committees with a basic or a loose structure that 1/3 of the people should be from the government, including political apparatus, because politicians are very important in the whole thing. If there are slums, there are unauthorized colonies, whether we like it or not, politicians want them to be regularized. So, but we can balance out if they are on board or with us. So 1/3 of the persons, I say 15 persons in each committee, we would say 5 persons will be from the government, including the central government, DDA, MCD, or political apparatus. 1/3 from the research and development organizations, including NGOs, which are doing creditable work. For example, Center for Science and Environment was involved in environment planning for Delhi. and also in transportation planning, and the School of Planning and Architecture was involved. So like this, NGOs and research and development. So this is second segment, which is very important and which needs a lot of inputs, rich inputs, which perhaps the government does not have. The third thing which we try to incorporate was of course, the localization in view of the we were just now discussing decentralization, localization and decentralization after the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. It is basically the responsibility of the municipal bodies to prepare the plans and to deal with the land and all these things. So whether DDA or the Delhi may be a special place which has got exemption from the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act, but at the same time the spirit has to be maintained. And for that reason, if we are talking about NCR, NCR is more than 55,000 square kilometers. And all the towns and the cities and all these areas should have this mandate of the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. That means metropolitan planning committees, district planning committees have to be in place. So these are the basic structures which are very important, which have to be kept in view. And then we have to align with what is happening in terms of new developments. For example, the government has worked out a system, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, under which one earth, one family, one future. Urban planning has to align with that. Otherwise, we will be out of place and we will not be able to gel with the government schemes and missions. And another scheme which should, I don't know whether in 2 days of this deliberation, someone talked about sustainable urban network for dynamic and resilient India. It is Sundar India. This is a new scheme which has been formulated by the government, and whether we, when preparing the NCR plan or any master plan, are we considering this? Another thing is that behavior change, because the cities, if we are talking about public participation, are depend on the behavior of the people, behavior of the residents, behavior of the drivers. So for this, the lifestyle, life mission, that means lifestyle for environmental, lifestyle for environment. This mission has to gel with the urban system. So these are some of the things which we have to consider, which we have to think about. Otherwise, we will again be lamenting, we will again be regretting that the NCR plan was very good, but implementation was very poor. It should not become a portfolio of failures and successes both. If there are failures, we should learn from that. We should be able to correct them. And what I wanted to emphasize here is that your university, Amity University, can form a pressure group, can form a very comprehensive report, what should be the NCR plan, how it can be taken forward, and deal with the critical issues, whether the issue of climate change or economic development, or the issues of the villages, which we were just now discussing, the issues of ecology, all these issues. I'm sure NCR Planning Board, or whether it's the DDA or the Noida, they will welcome constructive criticism. And this, my personal experience, we got much richer with the inputs given by the NGOs, especially creditable scientific organizations, and also the School of Planning and Architecture. And we benefited, and because master plan is a legal document, you cannot modify it every day, as the situation arises. It should become a kind of model for the entire country. So this is a good opportunity, and I am sure with this lot of deliberations we have done in the last 2 days, you can work something positive and contribute immensely in the positive aspects of the NCR plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Professor Dr. Amit Hajela to felicitate Mr. A.K. Jain, sir. Thank you, sir. Before the vote of thanks, now we felicitate the organizing team. I request Professor Dr. Charu Nangia, please come on the stage. I request Professor Dr. Charu Nangia to felicitate Professor Dr. Amit Hajela, who has been an advisor and key player of this conclave. Now, I request Professor Dr. Amit Hajela to felicitate the organizing team. Our convener of the conclave, Professor Dr. Charu Nangia. Co-convener, Professor Dr. Ritabrita Ghosh. Faculty Coordinator, Ms. Niharika Kushwaha. Faculty Coordinator, Architect Vikas Nemal. And our trained volunteers who have been working rigorously for the conclave, without whom this cannot be possible. Divakshi Bhardwaj. Abhishek Anand. Abhinay Dhamija. Aishwarya. Aditya Bharadwaj. And Charu Midha. Thank you, sir. Thank you, organizing committee.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Charu Nangia for vote of thanks. Please.
Thank you, Preeti. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. So I welcome all of you to this valedictory ceremony. With this, we have come to an end to a 2-day partnership conclave 2023, Envisioning National Capital Region 2030. I feel honored and privileged to have the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks to all those who have contributed in one way or another to make this conclave a success. On behalf of Amity School of Architecture Planning, Amity University, Noida, I, Dr. Charu Nangia, Professor at Amity School of Architecture and Planning, would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed delegates, panelists, and participants of the conclave for their presence and contributions. I am thankful to all the members of the advisory board for their constant guidance and support in shaping this event. This event would not have been possible without our distinguished speakers who took out time off from their busy schedules to share their viewpoints. I must express a proficient sense of gratefulness to our all guest speakers for sharing with us some of their finest practices. All the participants of this event must have been inspired by their highly sparkling words. I believe their insights on different innovations, achievements, and contributions successfully captured the essence of the conclave and promoted new perspectives to our young minds. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and bird's eye for every detail. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues who know their jobs and result-oriented. I would like to thank Professor Dr. Amit Hajela, Professor Director, Amity School of Architecture and Planning, for his constant help and guidance that radiate a source of energy within us. Thank you, sir, for the inspiration and encouragement. I'm thankful to all the faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff members who always stand by us and provide their enormous cooperation in organizing this event. I'm very much thankful to our platinum sponsor, Jaguar, Bath and Light. Without their support, it would have been impossible to organize an event of this scale. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan and Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan for their blessings in conducting this event and defining the core values that drive the success part of Amity. This conclave would not have been successful without the guidance of Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam Dr. Balwinder Shukla. I must thank the organizing secretaries, Architect Niharika Kushwaha and Architect Nirmal Kumar, Vikas Kumar Nirmal, for working hard in past few weeks to make this conclave successful. An event of this scale was not possible without the support of student coordinators, volunteers who work day and night with their constant efforts within time constraints. I would like to thank all the students involved in the organizing this event for their hard work and dedication. Also, I thank the MCs and reporters of different sessions for successfully capturing the proceedings. I thank the IT team, security personnel, and other administrative staff of the university for their support and cooperation. Finally, I would like to thank all the participants for their involvement and willingness. Thank you, everyone, once again for making this conclave a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, please join us for high tea in after lounge. All the faculties and staff members. Thank you, all the students.
Camera.